Chapter 637. Shaolin Yu couldn't tell at a glance how many steps there were, but he knew that there were many, many of them. Each step was more than 10 feet tall, no less than 10,000 feet long, and more than 10 feet wide. They were stacked on top of each other, towering into the sky. Even though the steps were very high, Shaolin Yu could still clearly see the seat and the cultivator on it. From this, it could be seen how huge the seat and the cultivator were. At this moment, Shaolin Yu couldn't help but wonder, why did that ball of brilliant white flame fly here? The brilliant white flame had been very stable all this time, firmly entangling the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. It suddenly gave up on the cauldron and flew here. It must have sensed something here, or been summoned here. If the brilliant white flame had sensed something and flown here of its own accord, Shaolin Yu could be more at ease. If it had been summoned, then Shaolin Yu would have to be more careful. At this moment, both the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron and the brilliant white flame were circling around the huge and heavy seat, as if they were chasing each other. What surprised Shaolin Yu was that the brilliant white flame wasn't restricted by the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. It should be at full power, but the seat and the mummy weren't affected in the slightest. One had to know that even supreme-grade divine artifacts would gradually melt after being burned by the brilliant white flame for a long time. Should he go up? Shaolin Yu couldn't make up his mind, and he didn't move half a step forward. That mummy must have died long ago. Otherwise, why didn't he react at all when the brilliant white flame and the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron arrived millions of years ago? The brilliant white flame might have been the true fire of this mummy when he was alive. What kind of existence was he to be able to refine the brilliant white flame? He's been dead for so many years, but his body can still withstand the burning of the brilliant white flame. He must have been an extremely powerful expert when he was alive. If even he's trapped here, won't I be in danger too? Can the great teleportation of the tubular divine artifact penetrate the space here? There are exquisite, illusory formations in the other light doors. Is there one here too? Shaolin Yu's thoughts surged. He frowned, and his expression was grave and serious. There were many questions in his heart that couldn't be solved just by thinking. Everything still required him to prove it with his actions. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to hide inside the tubular sacred artifact first. Then, he drove the sacred artifact forward. When the tubular sacred artifact had just moved to the air above the first step, all of the corpses that had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up. At the same time, a heavy pressure suddenly surged out from the space where the stairs were located. All of the pressure surged toward the tubular saint artifact. Even though it was a saint artifact, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its movements had become much slower. Moreover, the tubular saint artifact was constantly shaking under the impact of the invisible force. In order to stabilize the sacred artifact, Shaolin Yu could only increase the output of her power, which would naturally increase her consumption. No matter how hard he tried, the tubular sacred artifact could not be stabilized, nor could it move forward or backward. Continuing to consume energy like this was definitely not a good idea. Once the tubular saint artifact could no longer hold on, it would automatically return. That would also be the time when his cultivation would be exhausted and he would be in a low state. Therefore, Shaolin Yu very decisively put away the tubular sacred artifact. Without the protection and concealment of the sacred artifact, Shaolin Yu was naturally exposed to the corpses that had suddenly come to life. He became their target of attack. Most of these corpses were in the form of cultivators from the Shamei clan and the Yiksha clan. There were also very few ferocious beasts in foreign clans. They looked ferocious, but they no longer possessed any divine abilities or dharma spells. They could only rely on their withered claws and teeth to attack. However, this kind of attack was nothing to Shaolin Yu at all. However, a huge pressure from an unknown source kept acting on Shaolin Yu's body. It caused him to be unable to raise his speed. Moreover, it was as if he was carrying a divine mountain on his shoulders. The speed of his punches and kicks was more than 10,000 times slower than usual. Under the huge pressure, his power would directly disperse as soon as it surged out of his body. He could not form a powerful Dharma spell. Even the chaotic phantom fire could not be too far away from his body. Moreover, its power was greatly reduced. What made Shaolin Yu feel strange was that this huge pressure only acted on his body. It did not affect the corpses at all. The difference between Shaolin Yu and these corpses was that he was alive and had the aura of life. On the other hand, these corpses did not have the slightest bit of vitality. They were full of a strong aura of death. Shaolin Yu could guess that perhaps it was because he was a living thing that he was restricted. When these corpses came here when they were still alive, they must have suffered the same treatment. If it wasn't for Shaolin Yu's strong physical body and the special skill he had cultivated, this huge pressure would have taken his life. Although Shaolin Yu moved slowly under the huge pressure, he could still blast away the corpses in front of him. The corpses that came from the left, right, and back could not really stop him. He took almost 10 minutes to walk to the end of the stairs that were more than 10 feet wide. He raised his head and looked at the 10 feet high stone steps. After pondering for a moment, he pulled a corpse in front of him, pressed it under his feet, and stepped on it. Using the corpse as a stepping stone, Shaolin Yu climbed to the second step. The second step was the same as the first, but there were obviously fewer corpses. However, the pressure was slightly stronger. These corpses were the same. They did not have strong offensive abilities. Shaolin Yu used them as stepping stones to climb to the third step. Every time he ascended a level, the pressure in the space would increase and the number of corpses would decrease. Shaolin Yu relied on his powerful body to climb more than 100 levels. Finally, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. At this time, the pressure in the space was too strong. He could only lie on the stone steps and slowly climb forward. There were many more steps. At this point, he could no longer move forward. The stone steps behind would definitely be more difficult. With every step he took, Shaolin Yu could hear the crisp sound of bones rubbing against each other. His abdomen was also being squeezed, and he felt a sharp pain. Shaolin Yu could not help but admire the mummified corpse sitting on the chair. Under this situation of increasing pressure, he could actually reach the top of the stone steps. No wonder he could subdue the white flame. The quality of the mummified corpse's body, when it was alive, was definitely far superior to Shaolin Yu's. Shaolin Yu already had a body comparable to a top-grade divine artifact. Then, wouldn't the mummified corpse have a body comparable to a divine artifact when it was alive? This deduction shocked Shaolin Yu, and he found it hard to believe. Many Saint God experts might not be able to cultivate a body comparable to a top-grade divine artifact. If they had a body comparable to a divine artifact, then they must be above the Saint God level. In other words, the mummified corpse on the chair was most likely a heaven ascension expert when it was alive. How could an expert of the heavenly reaching realm be trapped to death up there? After coming to this conclusion, Shaolin Yu could not help but want to retreat. When he met Chi Yu in the dorsal fin clan, Shaolin Yu could confirm one thing through the conversation between Chi Yu and the golden armored cultivator. Heaven ascension experts were the top existences in the realm of the gods. No matter how big the realm of the gods was, they could go anywhere. How could they die so easily here? The dangers that could appear here were completely beyond Shaolin Yu's control and tolerance. He could not find any reason to continue taking the risk. He felt that it was foolish to disregard his own life for the sake of a divine artifact like the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Therefore, he decisively retreated to the bottom of the stone steps. With the spatial pressure gone, he first recovered his condition before taking out the tubular divine artifact. After expending more than half of his power, the tubular divine artifact activated greater teleportation. However, what Shaolin Yu did not expect was that although the tubular divine artifact had successfully teleported, it was still in the space of the stone steps. In other words, even a divine artifact with powerful spatial powers would not be able to leave here. It's over. In an instant, Shaolin Yu felt as though he had been forced into a dead end. His last resort had failed. What else could he hope for? He tried to contact the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron again. However, The cauldron was still chasing after the white flame. It had no intention of coming down to help. Xiaoling Yu was even more confused. What kind of deep hatred did the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron have with the white flame? Why would it ignore its master's orders and chase after the white flame? Sigh. Xiaoling Yu heaved a heavy sigh and then sat down on the ground. He had no choice but to ask Glutton to come out. After being trapped here for so many years, Glutton had naturally awakened. After eating a god emperor from a Shamei clan, Glutton's cultivation had soared to the peak of the late God King stage. He was only a step away from becoming a god emperor. I really don't understand. We both have the primal chaos energy. Why is it that you can just eat and sleep without any bottlenecks and shackles while I have to go through so many hardships and dangers? Aren't the heavens looking after you too much? Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of the heavens? Despite being in such a dangerous situation, Glutton kept yawning after coming out. He looked like he had not slept well. This made Xiaoling Yu very unhappy and jealous. Perhaps it had heard Xiaoling Yu mention food, and it had not eaten for many years. The glutton's stomach made a rumbling sound. It turned to look at the corpses on the steps. It can't be. Those fellows have been dead for who knows how long. Their bodies are not fresh anymore. Don't tell me you are so hungry that you have an appetite for all of them? Xiaoling Yu could not help but slap Glutton's head when he saw the greedy look on Glutton's face. Glutton's head shrank back and looked very wronged. However, he still obediently crawled on the ground. Forget it. Go ahead and eat. No matter what, we can't become hungry ghosts. Xiaoling Yu said helplessly after a moment of silence. Glutton heard Xiaoling Yu's words and immediately stood up. He also took a few steps forward. However, when he reached the stone stairs, he turned back to look. Chapter 638. The foodie was skeptical of Xiaoling Yu's reminder, but the simple-minded creature still jumped onto the first step in the end. Even though its owner thought that the foodie was blessed by the heavens, it was obviously restricted by the immense pressure on the stone steps. The pressure came so suddenly that the foodie was caught off guard, and it knelt down on its two front legs. However, the foodie was born with divine strength, and its body was tough. It roared angrily and straightened its body easily. After all, it was only the first step, and the pressure was not enough to affect the foodie too much. The corpses came to life again and pounced on the foodie ferociously, but they were all swept away by the foodie's long tail. The foodie didn't come up to deal with the corpses, nor did it come up to climb the stone steps. Since the corpses were coming at it, it was happy to stay put. It opened its mouth wide and waited for the corpses that had completely lost their consciousness to rush into its mouth. The foodie probably did not care about the taste at all when it ate. It only ate for the sake of eating. Even if the corpses were shriveled, it did not reject them. Fortunately, the foodie only swallowed and did not chew. Otherwise, Xiaoling Yu, who was watching from the side, would have felt nauseous. In fact, although the corpses had been dead for many years, they only looked as if they had been air-dried in this unique space. They did not emit a foul smell, and there were no signs of decomposition. Most importantly, the corpses also contained a lot of energy. Although it was less than 10% of what they had when they were alive, there was a lot of them. In just 4 hours, the entire flight of stairs was cleared by the foodie. The foodie rested for a while, then it opened its mouth and exhaled a foul breath that resembled a black fog. Then, it climbed up to the second step. After climbing more than 10 steps, the foodie began to feel sleepy because it had swallowed too much energy. It needed to sleep to digest the energy that it had swallowed recently. The foodie knew its own situation, so it obediently retreated and fell asleep next to Xiaoling Yu. There were at least tens of thousands of corpses on the stairs. Even if each corpse did not contain much energy, the total amount accumulated was not small. After all, to be able to reach this place, the corpses should not have been weak when they were alive. While waiting for the foodie to wake up, Xiaoling Yu did not stay idle. He continued to refine the tubular sacred artifact. The refinement of the tubular saint artifact had already reached the second half. If he focused on refining it, he would probably be able to completely refine it in over 100,000 years. This time, The glutton slept for a total of 20,000 years before waking up, and his cultivation had reached the early stage God-Emperor realm without any mishaps. This caused Xiaoling Yu to feel envious and jealous. What made Xiaoling Yu feel a little strange was that the foodie's cultivation had improved greatly, but her size had shrunk by a lot. Go on up and eat. Remember to come down when you're full. Xiaoling Yu patted the foodie's buttocks. After instructing him, he closed his eyes again and continued to refine his sacred artifact. He would first completely refine the tubular saint artifact before attempting to teleport. If he still could not leave, he would have to think of other methods. This time, the foodie climbed a total of 100 steps before returning to Xiaoling Yu's side and falling asleep. And this time, it was only until Xiaoling Yu completely refined the tubular saint artifact that the foodie woke up. It had reached the middle stage God-Emperor realm. First, he invited the foodie into the spirit beast pouch. Then, Xiaoling Yu used the tubular saint artifact to teleport again. But the result was the same as before. After teleporting, they were still in this unique space. But this time, even though they were still in this space, Xiaoling Yu discovered that the position of the tubular saint artifact was actually on the 600th step of the stairs. And just as he discovered this, the tubular saint artifact was pressed down by a powerful pressure on the stone steps before rolling down. It rolled all the way to the bottom of the stone steps before stopping. Xiaoling Yu had already seen that there were no corpses of cultivators or ferocious beasts on the steps above. Similarly, he first recovered his strength before using the tubular saint artifact to activate the Great Teleportation. And this time, the location where the tubular saint artifact appeared after teleporting was once again above the stone steps. It was pressed down again and rolled to the bottom. Once again, he recovered his strength and used the Great Teleportation again. After a few times, Xiaoling Yu discovered that even though the tubular saint artifact could not teleport out of this unique space, it could randomly appear at any place here. As such, Xiaoling Yu only needed to activate a few more great teleportations to have a chance of reaching the top of the stone steps. This discovery allowed him to regain some confidence. But for safety's sake, he did not rush to the top of the stone steps. Instead, he let the foodie continue to devour those corpses. Naturally, the foodie would not be courteous. With its strength increased by a lot, it climbed to the 400th step in one go before returning to sleep again. After waking up, the foodie's cultivation had reached the late stage God-Emperor realm. Xiaoling Yu was already completely immune to the foodie's improvement. There were no more corpses above the 400th step, so the foodie's improvement here stopped. And at this moment, Xiaoling Yu rubbed his chin and murmured, "If this fellow devours the corpse of that expert on the throne, he should definitely be able to reach the sacred god level, right?" This was a huge temptation, but he knew that the risk involved was not small. This daddy is a cautious and low-key person, but I've fallen into danger time and time again. I've been pushed to the heart of the struggle. This might be fate. Since fate has arranged it this way, I can only brace myself and try. Since there was no other way out or choice, Xiaoling Yu did not care so much. Facing the difficulties head-on became the only path left. After making his decision, he once again activated the tubular saint artifact to teleport. As long as he did not reach the top of the stone steps, he would let the tubular saint artifact roll down. Once he recovered his strength, he would teleport the tubular saint artifact again. After repeating this process for nearly 60 times, the tubular saint artifact finally arrived at the top of the stone steps after another great teleportation. Just as Xiaoling Yu increased his control over the tubular saint artifact in an attempt to stabilize it, he unexpectedly discovered that the top of the stone steps did not feel any pressure at all. The tubular saint artifact floated very quietly in the air. Xiaoling Yu was worried that he would discover something unexpected, so he did not come out from the tubular saint artifact. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing unexpected happened. He also circled around the chair and the mummy, but he did not discover anything abnormal or dangerous. In the end, he jumped out of the tubular saint artifact. However, just as his feet touched the ground, the dried corpse suddenly stood up like the corpses on the stairs below. The chair was over 3,000 meters tall, but the corpse was over 5,000 meters tall when it stood up. Even though it was already a corpse, it still looked extraordinarily mighty and imposing. Xiao Yu was greatly shocked and immediately wanted to return to the tubular saint artifact. However, what shocked him was that his feet seemed to be glued to the ground. He actually could not move his position. Suddenly, a wisp of mist separated from the mummy's body. The mist was almost transparent and light white. After a while, it turned into a human-shaped shadow. It looked similar to the God Emperor Su Ling, but also like the remnant soul state that his chief master was in back then. Kneel. The human-shaped shadow looked weak, but its voice was unusually clear and carried an irresistible majesty. Xiao Yu knew that it was talking to him, but he did not move. Xiao Yu could kneel to his parents and elders, but kneeling to this corpse was something that he could not accept. Since you have already kneeled, you can receive the inheritance of my universe. The human-shaped shadow said expressionlessly. But I did not kneel. Xiao Yu was a little surprised. He then thought that the human-shaped shadow was just bluffing. It seemed that he could no longer see the situation in front of him. He was simply saying what he wanted to say, just like a tape recorder on Earth. I, Liao Zhou, can be considered an ancient powerhouse in the God realm. I have a high cultivation in array formation and have cultivated to the late stage of the Heaven Ascension realm. However, I was schemed against by the powerhouse of Earth, Fuxi. In the end, I returned with serious injuries and have to recuperate here. I've always been proud. I have never been convinced by other cultivators in array formation. Fuxi said that my cultivation in array formation was not as good as his and asked me to break his 8 trigrams array. Although I broke his 8 trigrams array after hundreds of thousands of years, I was already seriously injured and at the end of my rope. He took the opportunity to attack me. His cultivation was not below mine. I was seriously injured and ambushed. In the end, I only managed to escape with my life. Unfortunately, my injuries are destined to never recover. I can only seal myself here. If you want to receive the inheritance of my universe, you must first make an oath. If you succeed in your cultivation in the future, you must kill Fuxi. Make the oath. Xiao Yu was confused. Seeing that the other party did not have the slightest reaction, he naturally would not make any oath. He could also see that the human-shaped shadow had become fainter and fainter as it spoke. Its power and aura were also getting weaker. Since you have made the oath, come and accept the inheritance. Just sit on this chair. After a moment of silence, the shadow spoke again. It seemed that this silence was time for Xiao Yu to make the oath. After speaking, the shadow returned to the mummy. Then, the mummy got up from the chair and sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the chair. Xiao Yu hesitated. Would there be any danger on that chair? Was that shadow really only left with memories and no consciousness? He wasn't completely sure about these things. What? Do you not want to receive my inheritance? Or did you just make an oath against your conscience? Chapter 639. Xiao Yu could tell that even though the corpse had lost its consciousness, it should still have a trick up its sleeve. If he did not immediately sit on the chair, he would probably be killed immediately. Sitting on the chair might not be dangerous, so Xiao Yu did not hesitate any longer. He immediately moved to the chair and sat down. At first, he did not feel anything strange, but when the shadow surged out of the corpse and landed on the chair, an almost transparent white halo enveloped the chair and Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu saw the corpse collapse with a loud bang, his vision blurred and his entire body trembled. At this moment, waves of extremely special energy were continuously surging into his body from the chair and pouncing towards his golden soul bead. Even though Xiao Yu's cultivation was at the later stage of the chaotic and void stage, his golden soul bead was still unable to endure the impact of the special energy. In just 10 breaths of time, it exploded with a bang. It was not the first time that Xiao Yu had encountered the explosion of the golden soul bead, so he did not feel despair or fear. Just as he expected, the moment the golden soul bead exploded, the grayish-black metal piece in his knowledge trembled violently. It first absorbed all of his spiritual strength, then began to absorb the special energy that was continuously surging into his knowledge sea. Xiao Yu was secretly afraid. If it were not for the grayish-black metal piece, the great opportunity of obtaining the inheritance of a late divine master would have turned into a tragic matter. Although Wan Zhou's inheritance was good, the method of inheritance was too tyrannical. It was definitely not something that practitioners below the sacred god level could accept. However, when Wan Zhou designed these stone steps, he probably did not expect that a practitioner below the sacred god level would be able to reach the top of the stone steps. The entire process lasted for a full hour before it ended. The white transparent fog that shrouded the surroundings had already dissipated, and the enormous pressure in the surroundings had also disappeared. The surroundings immediately returned to normal. The brilliant white flames that were originally spiraling and flying around the chair finally stopped when they could no longer sense the presence of their master. They were once again swallowed by the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. The cauldron also obediently returned to Xiao Yu's dantian afterwards. Xiao Yu had not woken up yet. After an unknown period of time, the grayish-black iron piece in his sea of consciousness began to release waves of soul power. His soul power, which was originally emitting a seven-colored radiance, now had an additional white radiance. His soul power, which had already turned into 8 colors, surrounded the grayish-black metal piece and gradually condensed into a golden soul pearl. The golden soul pearl reformed, and Xiao Yu instantly woke up. She opened her eyes, and 2 beams of colorful light shot out from her eyes. They were like 2 long rainbows, and they actually caused the space to tremble slightly. After obtaining Biao Zhou's inheritance, Xiao Yu clearly felt that his soul realm had advanced by quite a bit. What surprised him even more was that he had actually managed to break through to the 8th revolution of the 9-revolution chaos formula by chance. However, it was only a breakthrough in realm. The reason why he broke through to rank 8 was probably because the golden soul bead had turned from 7 colors to 8 colors. However, even though he had reached rank 8, his chaotic divine infant had yet to make a breakthrough, so he did not possess rank 8 strength. As for Biao Zhou's inheritance, it was a broad and profound Tao of formations, and it was not something that Xiao Yu could digest in a short period of time. I've already broken through to rank 8. As long as I gather some materials, it will be much easier for me to break through to rank 8. Xiao Yu had a satisfied expression on her face. Then, she saw Biao Zhou lying on the stone steps in front of her. With a thought, Xiao Yu invited the foodie out of the spirit beast pouch. "You're lucky, kid." Xiao Yu patted the foodie's back. The foodie naturally understood her master's intention and immediately pounced on her. After swallowing Biao Zhou's body, the foodie fell into a deep sleep and was once again invited back into the spirit beast pouch by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu turned around and looked at the chair that she had been sitting on earlier. This chair was 1,000 feet tall and nearly 1,000 feet wide. It looked tall and heavy. Since it could bear Biao Zhou for so many years, it was probably not an ordinary object. As a Heaven Ascension realm powerhouse, Biao Zhou did not leave anything behind except this chair. Moreover, to obtain Biao Zhou's inheritance, one had to sit on this chair. Naturally, Xiao Yu would not let go of this chair. More importantly, Xiao Yu felt that if he wanted to leave this place, he would most likely have to find the mystery of this chair. However, he circled around this huge chair again and still did not find anything. Could it be a dormant Dharma treasure? Let's try dripping a drop of blood on it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu dripped a drop of blood essence that contained his soul onto the chair. As expected, the blood essence seeped into the chair. After absorbing Xiao Yu's blood essence, the chair did not have any reaction at first. However, after a while, it suddenly shook. After a while, Xiao Yu was shocked to discover that the surrounding space had begun to collapse rapidly. The stone steps were right in front of his eyes. After cracking, they continued to explode. The space was like a glass that had been knocked, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Fortunately, The space around the chair was still stable, and there were no signs of it collapsing. Xiao Yu tried to use his mind to communicate with this chair. He could really do so. With a thought, the chair quickly shrank and sank into his body. Then, Xiao Yu entered the tubular sacred weapon and used all his remaining power to make the tubular sacred weapon activate greater teleportation. The tubular sacred weapon had been completely refined, so a greater teleportation did not require much power from Xiao Yu. However, he had just activated it once, so this time his power was instantly depleted. The master of this special space, Zhu Zhou, no longer existed. Even the chair had been taken away. The uniqueness of this space had also lost its effect. The tubular sacred weapon's greater teleportation, this time, was naturally successful. The greater teleportation was completed in a breath's time. However, this time, it was not a random teleportation. The tubular sacred weapon had been completely refined by Xiao Yu. He could control the distance of the sacred weapon's teleportation. In order to not teleport to a dangerous area, Xiao Yu did not teleport too far. After teleporting, the tubular sacred weapon was still in the desert of the Sanmei clan. In this great desert, there were many God Emperor experts chasing after him. However, Xiao Yu was not afraid of them. After the greater teleportation, Xiao Yu kept the tubular sacred weapon and looked at the situation around him. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he stopped and hid in a sand dune to recover his power. He was preparing to use greater teleportation to leave this great desert after recovering his power. Just as he was recovering his power, the illusory space he had entered millions of years ago collapsed, attracting many experts of the Sanmei clan and the Yiksha clan. The experts of the two clans looked at the space that was collapsing and repairing itself from afar. They were shocked. There was a very advanced and dangerous illusory array here. The experts of the two clans were aware of it. Over the countless years, many experts of the two clans had entered it, but none of them had been able to walk out. Every expert of the two clans who entered the illusory array had their soul jade slips shattered. This proved that they were not trapped inside, but had all died. Therefore, the experts of the two clans later regarded this place as a forbidden area. They did not dare to enter it themselves. They also warned the experts of their clans not to enter it. The illusory array that had existed for countless years suddenly collapsed. Everyone was puzzled. Has anything strange happened in recent years? An expert of the Yiksha clan asked. A few million years ago, there was a foreign race that barged into our desert and killed a god emperor of the Sanmei clan. After that, his whereabouts were unknown. An expert from the Sanmei clan replied with squinted eyes. Could the strange changes here be related to that foreign race expert? The expert of the Yiksha clan asked again. Maybe. The expert of the Sanmei clan replied uncertainly. Let's inform our men to search carefully. As the expert of the Yiksha clan spoke, he signaled the group of Yiksha cultivators behind him with his eyes. The search order was quickly sent to every corner of the Great Desert. The Great Desert that had been silent for countless years gradually became noisy. Teams of Yikshas flew across the desert, bringing with them black fog and strong winds. They could not differentiate day from night. Countless Sanmei clan cultivators were also moving across the desert. They were moving very slowly and carefully checking the places they passed by. With the previous experience of being discovered by the Sanmei clan's god emperors, Xiao Yu chose to hide somewhere not too deep under the sand dune. Under the thorough search of the experts from the two clans, it was inevitable that his tracks would be exposed. Fortunately, there was only one god emperor expert in this group of Sanmei clan cultivators. However, the emperor god from Sanmei clan activated her realm with all her might and instantly sealed the surrounding space. Xiao Yu had only recuperated for less than 2 days. He had only recovered 50% of his strength. Although he could still use the tubular saint weapon, he had just taken out the tubular saint weapon and did not have the time to inject his strength into it before the opponent's attack arrived. An extremely powerful pitchfork pierced towards his chest. This metal fork should have the offensive power of a top-grade god weapon. Xiaoling Yu did not dare to be careless. He immediately dodged to the side, and a fire dragon appeared from his palm. With Xiaoling Yu's current cultivation level, he could easily dodge the attack of a god emperor. He did not need to take it head-on. It was not easy for the opponent to lock onto him. The fire dragon was formed by the chaotic phantom fire. Its power was naturally extraordinary. However, the opponent swung the metal fork and dispersed the fire dragon. Xiaoling Yu, on the other hand, quickly unleashed his chaotic domain to block his opponent's domain. Then, he leaped into the air and slapped his opponent with his palm. It looked like a simple slap, but the sky was suddenly filled with palm shadows. They rushed towards the god emperor of the Sanmei clan from all directions. Chapter 640. With Xiaoling Yu's current cultivation, this splitting infant demonic palm was sufficient to heavily injure an early-stage god emperor. However, god emperors from the Sha Mei clan were just like ordinary Sha Mei clan cultivators. They had 2 bodies and 2 heads. This allowed them to have 2 dantians and 2 golden soul beads. As such, the power of this splitting infant demonic palm was split between 2 Sha Mei clan god emperors. Even if the splitting infant demonic palm struck the body of the other party, it merely caused his body to tremble and his mind to go blank. This was sufficient. Xiaoling Yu took advantage of the moment when the other party was in a daze to send out another primal chaos seal. Before the other party could recover, he was struck by the primal chaos seal, causing his body to explode. His divine infant and divine soul dissipated at the same time. In just a few breaths of time, a Sha Mei clan god emperor expert died under Xiaoling Yu's continuous attacks. His soul realm had reached the 8th transformation, and his chaotic divine infant had reached the late stage of the void phase. Xiaoling Yu could kill a god emperor with his current strength. Without the protection of the god emperor expert, that group of Sha Mei clan cultivators could no longer pose any threat to Xiaoling Yu. He was able to channel his energy into the tubular saint weapon. Even though that Sha Mei clan god emperor expert lasted for less than 20 breaths of time, this period was sufficient for the experts from the 2 clans to rush over. Just as Xiaoling Yu channeled some of his energy into the tubular saint weapon, the space beside him fluctuated, revealing an expert from the Sha Mei clan. The moment this Sha Mei clan expert arrived, he slapped the tubular saint weapon with his palm, causing it to fly far away. At the same time, an abnormally strong domain enveloped the entire place, restricting Xiaoling Yu greatly. From the strength of the other party's domain, Xiaoling Yu could determine that this Sha Mei clan expert was a saint god expert. He immediately became cautious. Currently, he could easily kill god emperor cultivators, but he could not defeat a saint god expert by himself. However, in the face of her opponent's domain, Xiaoling Yu took out her sacred artifact, the yin-yang mirror. She was originally going to pour her power into the tubular sacred artifact, but now she frantically poured it into the yin-yang mirror. The Sha Mei race's saint deity naturally could not wait for Xiaoling Yu. After sending the tubular saint weapon flying, he slapped his palm towards Xiaoling Yu's head. As the palm slammed down, the power of the domain suddenly condensed. Along with the palm, it crazily pressed down on Xiaoling Yu, causing the pressure on Xiaoling Yu to increase, making it harder for her to move quickly. Xiaoling Yu shouted, and a black and white beam of light suddenly shot out of the yin-yang mirror and blasted towards the Sha Mei saint god. The distance between the 2 sides was too close, and the Sha Mei saint god was unable to dodge the sudden attack of the yin-yang mirror. He could only release a burst of energy from his palm and use his domain to suppress the black and white light beam. During the period when her opponent was obstructed by the black and white light beam, the sacred artifact yin-yang mirror shook once again, causing 4 illusory monsters to appear. Xiaoling Yu's strength had improved greatly, and the 4 illusory monsters had also become stronger. Currently, they were comparable to peak pseudo-late-stage god emperors. Their 4 symbols domain was also comparable to the domain of saint god expert. Even though 4 ordinary peak late-stage god emperors would find it hard to deal with a saint god expert, the four illusory monsters were not afraid of any attacks. Even if they could not exterminate the Saint God, they could still restrain him. Following that, Shaolin Yu summoned the tubular sacred artifact back to his side. At this moment, any attack from the other party could be blocked by the four illusory monsters. Furthermore, the other party could not teleport within the four symbols domain. Thus, the threat to Shaolin Yu was much smaller. Originally, Shaolin Yu could continue using the tubular sacred artifact to teleport, but he did not do so. Instead, he entered the four symbols domain and cooperated with the four illusory monsters to attack the other party. Even though the other party's attacks were fast, every time his attacks were about to hit Shaolin Yu, they would be blocked by an illusory monster that suddenly appeared. The attacks of Shaolin Yu and the four illusory monsters might seem powerful, but they could hardly touch the body of the other party. They could not injure the other party at all. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. However, such a stalemate did not benefit Shaolin Yu at all. This was because the four illusory monsters definitely could not last as long as the Sha Mei clan Saint God. But Shaolin Yu was still persevering. The other party did not know that the four illusory monsters had a time limit. He felt that the other party would lose his patience before him. In fact, that was indeed the case. The Sha Mei Saint God felt that the four illusory monsters were too difficult to deal with, and the four symbols domain was not weak either. After a while, a long, chain-like whip appeared in one of his hands. As soon as the long whip appeared, it released a powerful aura. It was so powerful that the four symbols domain showed signs of instability. It was obvious that the long whip was a sacred artifact. Shaolin Yu did not know the power of the sacred artifact, and he did not dare to test it. He immediately hid inside the tubular sacred artifact and took out the sacred artifact, the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Under the control of his mind, the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron instantly transformed into an eight-legged monster. Then it lowered its own strength, allowing the brilliant white flames to reach their strongest state. Before the other party's long whip could attack, the brilliant white flames had already released fire serpents that swept towards the other party. The brilliant white fire serpents and the four illusory monsters attacked together. They were not afraid of the other party's attacks and naturally suppressed the other party once again. Shaolin Yu did not stay idle either. He constantly used the yin-yang mirror to launch black and white light attacks, which could also threaten the other party. Shaolin Yu had already used all of his methods. However, he still could not defeat a Saint God expert with just these methods. At most, he could scare the other party away. However, Shaolin Yu stayed for the sake of the other party's life. Although the Sha Mei Saint God was at a disadvantage, he believed that this was only temporary. The other party's cultivation was clearly lower than his, and he was only able to contend with him by relying on his sacred artifact. He did not believe that the other party could control so many sacred artifacts for a long time. Shaolin Yu could not maintain this consumption for long, but he did not intend to maintain it for long. After fighting for the time it took to make a cup of tea, the four illusory monsters finally found an opportunity and firmly held onto the other party's limbs. The brilliant white fire serpents used this opportunity to surround the other party. After all, the other party was a Saint God expert with a sacred artifact. With a light shout, the long whip in his hand suddenly transformed into a nine-headed dragon. The 9 heads of the nine-headed dragon each dealt with a fire serpent, and his body was tightly protected. However, he was unable to quickly move his body under the pull of the four illusory monsters. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. The Sha Mei clan's saint deity thought. Shaolin Yu had already used 3 sacred artifacts. The Sha Mei Saint God had reason to believe that Shaolin Yu had already used all of his trump cards. However, the Shami race's sacred deity had never imagined that a mighty aura would suddenly descend from the sky a moment later. When he looked up, he realized that a mountain-like seat was crashing down on his head. Before the Sha Mei Saint God could react, the chair had already smashed into his head. He felt a rumble in his head, and his entire body was throbbing with pain. Then, he lost consciousness as his body was ruthlessly smashed into the sand by the chair. A large crater appeared in the desert, and more than half of the chair was buried in the sand. Xiao Yu formed another hand seal, and the chair trembled slightly before slowly rising into the air. The four illusory monsters and fire serpents immediately pounced below the chair. The Shamay Saint God was, after all, a saint god. When the chair left the ground, he had already regained consciousness. However, he was already heavily injured and was tightly held back by the four illusory monsters, and his body was instantly surrounded by the brilliant white fire serpents. The Shamay Saint God let out a blood-curdling scream as the brilliant white flames burned him, causing him unbearable pain. At this moment, Xiao Yu once again controlled the chair to smash down, causing another heavy injury to the Shamay Saint God. After being smashed several times, even though the Shamay Saint God was a saint god, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was on the verge of death. The brilliant white fire serpents were still tightly wrapped around the Shamay Saint God's body, and the four illusory monsters were also fiercely attacking at the same time. Although the Shamay Saint God had a long whip, he was unable to defend himself. A Saint God stage expert was actually forced into such a predicament. The Shamay Saint God's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He had never imagined that he would be defeated so miserably by a cultivator who had yet to reach the Saint God stage. After glancing hatefully at Xiao Yu, who was inside the tube-shaped Saint Tool, the Shamay Saint God's originally weak and heavily injured body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and his entire body was shrouded in light. Self-detonation? The corners of Xiao Yu's lips curled into a sneer. He immediately had the tubular saint artifact smash forward. Boom! Under the bombardment of the tube-shaped Saint Tool, the Shamay Saint God's body suddenly exploded, and the tube-shaped Saint Tool was blasted far away. The Shamay Saint God's self-detonation had not reached the critical point, which in itself reduced the power of the self-detonation. In addition, the four illusory monsters and the brilliant white fire serpents were restraining him. So the power of the self-detonation was even less likely to harm Xiao Yu, who was hiding inside the Saint Tool. After the Shamay Saint God's self-detonation, a dazzling light suddenly shot into the sky like a meteor. Xiao Yu put away his magic treasure and had the tube-shaped Saint Tool chase after it at the fastest speed possible. That dazzling radiance flew for nearly an hour before finally coming to a stop, turning into two round stones that were tightly stuck together. Xiao Yu knew that this was the true spirit of the Shamay Saint God. God Emperors could cultivate a God Emperor Void Spirit, and after a God Emperor reached the Saint God stage, the Void Spirit could transform into a true spirit. As long as the true spirit was not destroyed, a Saint God expert whose fleshly body and soul had been destroyed would have a certain chance of resurrection. Chapter 641. The reason why Xiao Yu had stopped and taken a huge risk to fight the Shamay clan sacred god was because he wanted to see if he could deal with an ordinary sacred god by using all his techniques. He also wanted to see how powerful the throne was. He never imagined that he would obtain the sacred god's true spirit, which was an unexpected gain. After holding the holy god's true spirit in his hand, he used the tubular sacred artifact to teleport once. The teleportation this time was not a large-scale teleportation. It was only to get away from the battlefield. After the teleportation, he was still in the desert. He found a place to recover for a few days. After ensuring that he was not discovered by Shamay or Yiksha experts, he used 40% of his strength to teleport a long distance. He could already fight with ordinary holy gods. Xiao Yu was naturally not afraid of teleporting to a dangerous place. By now, Xiao Yu had already planned to return to the narrow-sense divine world where the human and demon races were. However, although he had the sacred artifact to help him travel, he did not know the exact location of the narrow-sense divine world. This caused him to lose his sense of direction and purpose. In the following days, Xiao Yu continued to teleport. After each teleportation, he would stop to recover his strength, so he did not encounter any danger. Occasionally, after teleporting, he would walk around to find the route to the narrow-sense divine world and collect the materials he needed to break through to rank 8. The realm of the gods was simply too vast. There were endless territories and countless races. Naturally, there were also countless natural treasures that could be used for cultivation. With the tubular sacred artifact's great teleportation divine ability, Xiao Lingyu could easily travel from one place to another. This made it much easier for him to collect materials. Occasionally, he would stop to refine the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron more deeply. As for the throne, its grade was too high. It was very difficult for him to refine it. For the time being, he did not need to consider completely refining it. If he did not obtain Biao Zhou's inheritance, even if the throne had recognized him as its master, he would not be able to use it in battle. As for the whip's sacred artifact of Sha, May Holy God, Xiao Lingyu would not let it go. While refining the sacred artifact, Xiao Lingyu was also constantly digesting Liao Zhou's inheritance. Her understanding of array Dao was also gradually deepening. As her soul had already reached the 8th cycle, the materials that Xiao Lingyu needed to collect were naturally much fewer. However, as the main material for condensing an 8th cycle chaotic divine nascent soul, it was not easy to obtain. Just like the previous 7 transformations, the main material needed to break through to the 8th transformation was also of high quality and extremely difficult to find. Xiao Lingyu had already gone through hundreds of high-level cities of dozens of races, but she still could not find it. However, 2,000 years after Xiao Lingyu left the Sha-Mei clan, she finally received a jade scroll that recorded a map of a large area of the God Realm. The region of the God Realm recorded in this jade slip was the narrow sense of the God Realm, where the human and demon races resided. In other words, Xiao Lingyu had finally found her way home. This made him extremely happy. After being away for so long, Xiao Lingyu, who was worried about the Huang men and his friends and relatives, was already anxious to return home. The materials could be found in the future. Xiao Lingyu decided to return to the narrow sense of the God Realm first. With his current strength, even if he could not defeat old monster Dugu, he could still protect himself. With a direction and a goal, the speed of the tubular sacred artifact's greater teleportation was reflected. In just over 200 years, he had already covered 2/3 of the distance. If it were not for the fact that he needed to stop and recover every time he used the tubular sacred artifact to teleport continuously, he estimated that he would be able to return home in 2 or 3 days at most. After another great teleportation, Xiao Lingyu stopped, as usual, and looked for a place to recover his strength. When he was looking for a suitable place to meditate and cultivate, he suddenly saw a group of cultivators rushing over from the side. Behind that group of cultivators was another group of cultivators chasing after them. What made Xiao Lingyu feel strange was that the group of cultivators in front looked like humans, but there were less than 100 of them. However, the group of cultivators behind them had hundreds of people. It was obvious that they were from a different race. Not only was the difference in numbers between the two groups, but the strength of the group of cultivators behind them was also far superior to the group of cultivators in front of them. However, the strongest person on both sides was not even at the Divine King realm. Xiao Lingyu was not someone who liked to cause trouble. In this vast and boundless God realm, powerful figures could appear at any time. Moreover, he did not know much about this God realm that he had just teleported to. However, he changed his mind after looking at the group of cultivators who looked like humans. In a flash, Xiao Lingyu blocked the group of cultivators who looked like humans. The group of cultivators who looked like humans were naturally very surprised by Xiao Lingyu's sudden appearance. However, they did not greet him and directly went around him. Xiao Lingyu frowned slightly, but he did not stop them. Instead, he unleashed his chaotic domain and instantly enveloped the group of cultivators who were chasing after them. The powerful aura of the domain immediately trapped the two groups of cultivators on the spot. With just a thought, the power of the domain immediately took effect. In an instant, the group of cultivators who were from a different race were all crushed and turned into a bloody mist. After that, Xiaoling Yu retracted his domain and arrived before the group of cultivators who looked like humans. The reason why Xiaoling Yu said that they looked like humans was because he felt that the aura of these cultivators was slightly different from that of humans, even though they looked exactly the same as humans. The group of cultivators exuded a gentle aura, and their life force was brimming with vitality. The men were all handsome, while none of the women were ugly. Most importantly, Xiaoling Yu sensed that every single one of these cultivators possessed a natural aura. If he wasn't a cultivator of the primal chaos and had once comprehended the laws of nature, he wouldn't have been able to sense this. Xiaoling Yu killed hundreds of cultivators in an instant. This group of cultivators who looked like humans were very frightened. When they saw Xiaoling Yu walking towards them, they all looked timid. Since he had helped this group of cultivators resolve the crisis of being hunted, Xiaoling Yu naturally would not harm them. He walked into the crowd and arrived in front of a child who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. After circling the child a few times, Xiaoling Yu revealed a satisfied expression. This child was not tall and did not even reach Xiaoling Yu's waist. However, his complexion was rosy and lustrous. His features were delicate and spirited, and his brows were broad and purple. There were 2 cute dimples on his cheeks, which made him very lovable. However, what Xiaoling Yu was satisfied with was not the child's appearance, but his physique. This child was a boy, but at such a young age, he already had a strong masculine aura. At the same time, he also had a deep feminine aura. It was obvious that he had an yin-yang sacred body. This is a piece of unpolished jade. As long as he is polished a little, he will definitely become a peerless genius in the future. Xiaoling Yu praised in his heart. While looking envious, his mind gradually became active. Being stared at by Xiaoling Yu and seeing Xiaoling Yu's strange expression, the child immediately took 2 steps back. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Xiaoling Yu with vigilance. Only a middle-stage divine lord old man stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Senior, thank you for saving us." Xiaoling Yu touched his chin and asked, "How do you want to thank me?" The old man was stunned. He did not expect Xiaoling Yu to say that. After thinking for a while, the old man said, "Our lives were saved by you, Senior. How do you want us to thank you?" "We will do our best to fulfill your request. I don't have any excessive requests. I just want to." Xiaoling Yu paused, then pointed at the child and said, "I want to take him as my disciple. Is it possible?" No. Whether it was the old man, the child, or the surrounding cultivators, they all rejected him in unison. These cultivators' reactions surprised Xiaoling Yu. "Why not?" Xiaoling Yu asked unhappily. "Senior, are you a human expert?" the old man asked. "Yes." Xiaoling Yu nodded and replied. "Senior, are you going back to the territories of the human and demon clans?" the old man asked again. "That's right," Xiaoling Yu replied. "It's not that we don't want to agree to Senior's request. It's just that our clansmen can no longer go to the territories of the human and demon clans," the old man said with a troubled expression. "Why is that?" Xiaoling Yu was puzzled. "Many years ago, our clan also lived in the territories of the human and demon clans. However, later on, we were envied by the human and demon clans. They joined forces to kill our clan, causing our ancestors to migrate on a large scale. After many twists and turns, there are less than 100 of us left in our clan today. The human and demon clans are extremely jealous of our clan. If we appear in front of them, we will definitely attract trouble," the old man explained with a bitter smile. "What clan are you from?" Xiaoling Yu asked again. "The Nature Spirit Clan," the old man replied. "Isn't the Nature Spirit Clan the strongest existence among the spirit clans? How did they end up like this? Furthermore, I remember that the Nature Spirit Clan and all the other spirit clans are subordinate to the demon clans. How did they end up being attacked by the human and demon clans?" Xiaoling Yu said in disbelief. "It seems that Senior has some understanding of our Nature Spirit Clan. Then Senior must also know that our clan's cultivators are not good at fighting. However, each of us is extremely talented and our cultivation progress is very fast. Our strength is also not inferior to ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation level. However, our clan's population is relatively small, and the size of our clan is far smaller than the other spirit clans, much less the human and demon clans. It is also because of our high aptitude that we are isolated among the spirit clans. Furthermore, the demon clans have never liked us, the old man said helplessly. Xiao Lingyu nodded to show that he understood, but he also fell into deep thought. Your nature spirit clan has already declined to such a state. Migrating for a long time is not a solution. Sooner or later, your entire clan will be exterminated, Xiao Lingyu said in a seemingly kind manner. Chapter 642. I've taken him in as my disciple, so I can naturally ensure his safety. He won't be in any danger if he follows me back to the human race. Xiao Lingyu pondered for a moment before continuing. You can come back with me. You've all been gone for countless years. Both the human and demon races have probably forgotten about your existence. The old man was clearly very hesitant. Pardon me for asking, but what's Senior's current cultivation level? Xiao Lingyu thought for a moment. In order to instill confidence in the natural spirit tribe cultivators, he proudly said, Sacred God. Although the sacred god is strong, there are many sacred gods in both the human and demon races. Senior, you're only one person, the old man said nonchalantly. But if you follow me, you may still have hope. If you continue to migrate like this, you'll definitely perish, Xiao Lingyu said. Actually, we want to go to a place where there are immortal ascension experts of our race, the old man said. Could it be Immortal Island? Xiao Lingyu asked with a frown. Yes. The old man nodded solemnly. Do you have a route to Immortal Island? Xiao Lingyu asked again. Not yet, but we should be able to find it in the future. The old man shook his head, but he did not lose confidence. Even if you have the correct route, I'm afraid you won't be able to safely reach Immortal Island with your current level of strength. For example, if you hadn't met me today, you would have probably suffered great losses even if you could escape, Xiao Lingyu said indifferently. The old man did not say anything. The rest of the natural spirit tribe cultivators also fell silent. They knew that Xiao Lingyu was telling the truth. The God realm is vast and boundless. Although I don't know the exact location of Immortal Island, I can tell you responsibly that it's definitely not nearby. The nearby I'm referring to is the territory of the thousands of races around it. You've only traveled a short distance since you set off from the human and demon territories. If you want to reach Immortal Island, you'll have to travel at least 100 times that distance. Do you think you can make it? Even though the natural spirit tribe is quite talented, you don't even have a single divine king. How can you talk about crossing the territories of tens of thousands of races? Xiao Lingyu continued. This was not a deliberate attack on the confidence and faith of these spiritual tribe cultivators, but a kind reminder. As the saying goes, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is before it's too far to reach. It's better to be realistic. Xiao Lingyu's appearance was an opportunity for these nature spirit tribe cultivators. However, they might not be able to fully trust Xiao Lingyu. I can't guarantee that you will be safe when you return with me. I can only guarantee that I will do my best to protect you. This is not an oath, just a promise. Of course, this promise is based on the premise that this kid acknowledges me as his master. After Xiao Lingyu said this, she didn't say anything else and quietly waited for the group of spirit tribe cultivators to make a decision. However, Xiao Lingyu knew that this group of cultivators would definitely agree. This was because they were worried that if they refused, she would be unhappy. If she attacked, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Just as Xiao Lingyu expected, this group of spirit tribe cultivators finally agreed. The little boy, who was only a mid-heavenly god, also kowtowed to Xiao Lingyu under the instructions of the elders in the tribe. This child was called Yiqiu. Although he looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, he had actually cultivated for more than 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, he had gone from the deity stage to the mid-heavenly god stage. He was indeed a genius. The reason why Yiqiu was taken in as a disciple was because he had the yin-yang saint body. It was an excellent physique for cultivating the 9 revolution chaos formula. Although Xiao Lingyu's physique was ordinary and he was almost at the 8th revolution. How many people could have the same opportunities as him and endure the hardships he had gone through? According to that cheap master's inheritance, those who had the yin-yang saint body could quickly break through the first 6 revolutions of the 9-revolution chaos formula. As long as there were no accidents and they were well prepared, the first 6 revolutions were almost completely safe. Now, Yi Qiu was already a heavenly god. Under the guidance of Shaolin Yu's rich master, he would soon reach the 5th revolution. "Master, what revolution are you at now?" Yi Qiu asked. Almost at the 8th revolution," Shaolin Yu replied. "Then you're at the 7th revolution. If a 7th revolution cultivator is comparable to a Shang god, then wouldn't a 9th revolution cultivator be invincible?" Yi Qiu deduced. This, in theory, a 7th revolution cultivator can defeat most divine kings. An 8th revolution cultivator doesn't fear a divine emperor, and a 9th revolution cultivator is invincible under the heavenly passage realm. Shaolin Yu thought for a moment and continued. "However, this is only the cultivation method itself. A cultivator's strength is not only reflected in their cultivation method, but also in their magic treasures, various auxiliary techniques, and their own fortuitous encounters. For example, although I haven't reached the 8th revolution, I'm already invincible under the Shang god. With my magic treasures and other advantages, I can even fight against the Shang god. In short, cultivating the 9-revolution chaos formula definitely has a lot to be proud of." "Master, when can I be like you?" Yi Qiu asked again. "This depends on whether you work hard and can endure hardships," Shaolin Yu replied. "Master, you're so powerful. Do you still need your disciple to suffer hardships?" Yi Qiu asked again. If I help you too much, it won't be good for you in the future. After all, I can't always watch over you and help you. You also need to train more. Otherwise, how can you be independent in the future?" Shaolin Yu replied. On the way to the narrow god realm, Yi Qiu and Shaolin Yu became more and more familiar with each other. The little guy also asked more and more questions. Shaolin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Yi Qiu was very lucky. At least he had a master like him who could guide him at all times. Back then, his cheap master had only taught him the cultivation method and helped him subdue a large snake. After that, he left, leaving him to work hard on his own for so many years. If his cheap master had always helped him cultivate, even if he couldn't grow as quickly, it would be much easier. After teaching Yi Qiu the cultivation method, Shaolin Yu also felt a lot more relaxed. He finally had a load off his mind. Back then, his cheap master had repeatedly instructed Shaolin Yu not to lose the cultivation method. He had taken a disciple before he lost his life. He hadn't done anything for his master in all these years. Taking in a disciple could be considered as comforting his master's soul in heaven. Not only was Yi Qiu's physique excellent, but his comprehension was also very high. Shaolin Yu only had to casually explain the basic cultivation method and theory of the 9 revolutions chaos formula, and he could already understand it and cultivate it quickly. Yi Qiu was from the natural spirit tribe. The cultivation method he had cultivated in the past was the natural spirit tribe's cultivation method. However, the natural spirit tribe's cultivation method emphasized being close to nature, comprehending the principles of nature, and being one with the heavens. In fact, these are the main principles of the 9 revolutions chaos formula. The two didn't conflict. On the contrary, the natural spirit tribe's personal cultivation method was very helpful for the cultivation of the 9 revolutions chaos formula. With the help of Shaolin Yu and the natural spirit tribe's cultivators, Yi Qiu quickly converted his power into chaos divine power. His nascent soul also transformed into a chaotic divine nascent soul. Yi Qiu didn't start cultivating from the first revolution chaos golden core. After his nascent soul and divine power were successfully converted by Shaolin Yu's chaos essence, he could already be considered to be in the chaotic soul formation stage. However, there were still many aspects that needed to be adjusted. For example, when Shaolin Yu was in the chaotic soul formation stage, there were 5 flower buds of different shapes hovering above the chaotic divine nascent soul's head, but Yi Qiu didn't have any. Because Yi Qiu was already a mid-heavenly god when he cultivated the 9 revolutions chaos formula. His strength when he was in the 5th revolution chaos divine nascent soul stage was even stronger than Shaolin Yu when he was in the 5th revolution chaos divine nascent soul stage. However, from the 6th revolution onwards, Yi Qiu would probably be able to properly cultivate the cultivation method. As for the teaching of supportive techniques, Shaolin Yu also taught Yi Qiu the chaos seal and the body and soul transformation method. As a cultivator of the natural spirit tribe, Yi Qiu naturally mastered many powerful techniques of the natural spirit tribe. The tubular sacred tool was still undergoing greater teleportation. After each teleportation, Shaolin Yu would train his disciple while he recovered his strength. Another 100 years passed in this manner. The narrow god realm, where the humans and demons resided, wasn't too far away. After another large-scale teleportation, he should be able to enter the narrow god realm. This time, Shaolin Yu paused for almost a year. After he fully recovered, he began to teleport again. What surprised Shaolin Yu was that after this teleportation, he didn't arrive in the narrow god realm. However, he wasn't too far away from it. At this moment, the tubular sacred tool stopped in the territory of the night demons. Moreover, it was right next to a large and majestic city. The location of this large city was rather peculiar. It was actually in a large canyon. However, the top of the canyon was extremely narrow. From afar, it was only a line. However, the bottom of the canyon was unusually wide. In the entire city, only the front and back of the city had very tall and thick walls that weren't very long. Perhaps only the night demons and the Yiksha tribe, who didn't like daylight, would live in such a city for long periods of time. The city was very dim, but Shaolin Yu and the others, who were still in the tubular sacred tool, could hear the incessant clamor from below. What surprised Shaolin Yu even more was that the night demons, who usually didn't come out during the day, were now flying from all directions to the city's gates. They formed a very long line, preparing to enter the city. Now that the greater teleportation was over, Shaolin Yu needed to recover his power. After some thought, he invited all the spirit tribe cultivators into the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Then, he put away the sacred artifact and put on a black robe with a cloak before landing at the city gate. While waiting in line, Shaolin Yu listened to the night demons' discussion for a while and understood why this place was so lively. It turned out that the night demons' large-scale auction, which occurred once every 10 million years, would be held in this city. At that time, large amounts of high-grade cultivation materials would be taken out for auction. Chapter 643. Shaolin Yu's appearance was a little special, but that did not affect him from entering the city. He only had to pay 5 low-grade godstones. The auction would start in a few days, so Shaolin Yu first found an inn where cultivators could rest and meditate. He asked for a quiet room, and then began to recover his strength. Just when he had recovered to 80% of his power, the auction finally began. The auction was divided into 3 levels. One was for cultivators below the God Monarch stage. One was for cultivators below the God Emperor stage, and the last level was for God Emperors and Shun Gods. The auction for cultivators below the God Monarch stage was held in an open-air plaza in the city. At this time, the plaza was brightly lit, and there was no place to stand in the plaza. The auction for God Monarchs and God Kings was held in a sealed auction hall. The space inside was extremely large and was no less than 10,000 feet wide, but it was also filled with people. As for the auction for God Emperors and Saint Gods, it was held in a large but luxuriously decorated hall. However, the highest level auction venue, which was the hall where the God Emperor and the Sacred God were located, was not a place that could be easily deceived. With Shaolin Yu's current strength, the materials he needed were not low level. Naturally, he had to participate in the auction for God Emperors and Saint Gods. Originally, Shaolin Yu had a headache. To enter the high-level auction hall, he had to check whether the cultivators had the strength of a God Emperor. However, he saw a human expert at the entrance of the hall. That human expert also accepted the inspection. However, the 2 God Emperor realm experts guarding the entrance did not stop him from doing so. Could it be that human cultivators could also enter? Thus, Xiaolingyu also walked to the door, and the two God Emperor Stage Night Devils passed him a transparent round ball with smiles on their faces. Xiaolingyu knew that this ball could be used to test a cultivator's strength. Cultivators only needed to inject some energy into the ball, and the ball would release a light. Based on the color and intensity of the light, one could determine a cultivator's strength. Xiaolingyu didn't know if her skills could meet the conditions, but she still poured a stream of chaotic divine power into the ball. At first, the sphere didn't react at all. It was still in a transparent state, but then it suddenly trembled and released 7-colored divine light. The two protectors kept the round ball with satisfaction. One of them said, "Your Excellency is a middle stage God Emperor. You can enter now." After that, Xiaolingyu entered the hall. Those two protectors did not even allow him to remove his cloak for inspection. As for how they determined that he was a middle stage God Emperor, Xiaolingyu did not have to consider it. However, Xiaolingyu noticed that the human race expert who entered the hall not only caused the ball to release 9-colored light, but the light was also very strong. This was enough to prove that the person who entered the hall was definitely a saint god expert. It was just that Xiaolingyu had never seen him in the narrow sense of the god world before. There were many chairs in the hall and a few rooms that seemed to be separated by screens. The seats were already filled with God Emperor experts from the Night Devil clan. Most likely, there were Saint God experts in the other rooms. When Xiaolingyu arrived, only a few God Emperors from the Night Demons glanced at him. It didn't attract the attention of many cultivators. He found a seat in the corner and sat down. After that, he waited quietly for the auction to begin. After waiting for less than an hour, the curtains of the auction began. First, an expert from the Night Demons walked up the stage. After saying some nonsense, a female cultivator wearing a red robe walked up the stage. From the reactions of the experts from the Night Demons below the stage, it could be seen that this woman should be considered a beauty among the Night Demons. But in Xiaolingyu's eyes, her appearance was unsightly. After that, many high-grade treasures were taken out for everyone to bid on. Everyone present was an expert. All of them were self-aware. Even though they were bidding, they didn't appear to be noisy. Just like the human race auction, the best treasures would only appear at the end. But the level of this auction was higher. Everyone present was at least an early-stage God Emperor. The organizer of the auction naturally wouldn't bring out some low-grade treasures to fool everyone. Even the first few treasures to be auctioned were all top-grade materials. Xiaolingyu wasn't interested in ordinary materials. Thus, he was patiently waiting in silence. The experts in the rooms were also very calm. 6 hours passed, and not a single one of them made a sound. After the auction started for a total of 10 hours, that female cultivator took out a jade box and smiled at everyone. The treasure below is a unique material. It is very hard for us Night Demons to find it, but it is very useful to us Night Demons. As she spoke, that Friar Nocturne slowly opened the jade box. When the jade box was fully opened, a slightly bloated fruit with a unique shape floated out from the jade box. That fruit was black and white in color. There were 8 ginseng stalks growing vertically around it. Furthermore, every single one of them had a different color. Its entire body was covered in a dazzling light, making it seem incomparably mystical. There should be many who don't know what this item is. Let me tell everyone, it is called the 8-faced exquisite sacred fruit. As for its use, at this point that Friar Nocturne stopped keeping everyone in suspense. She smiled mysteriously and said, "There are 2 main uses. First, it can make everyone's God Emperor void spirits more condensed and filled with spirituality. Second, it can make everyone's divine infant more plump and stable, allowing it to contain more deity energy. It can also increase the strength of God Emperors to a certain extent. Frankly speaking, it is very helpful to all God Emperors. It is also quite beneficial to Saint Gods because it is also a high-grade material for concocting sacred pills. Its starting price is 1 million deity crystals. Every increment must not be lower than 200,000 deity crystals. Everyone, please start bidding." 1,500,000 deity crystals. The moment the auctioneer, Friar Nocturne, finished speaking, a god emperor knight devil expert increased the price. Following that, many god emperors in the auction hall responded and continued bidding. 2 million deity crystals. I bid 2,200,000. 3 million. 3,600,000. In less than 100 breaths of time, the price of the 8-faced exquisite sacred fruit had been raised to 5 million deity crystals. Only then did the number of bidders decrease. And Xiao Lingyu noticed that there was already an expert in the side room bidding. Furthermore, he was the one who bid 5 million deity crystals. 6 million deity crystals. A knight devil god emperor directly added 1 million deity crystals. 8 million. The person in the side room had a look of determination. The god emperors in the auction hall were all whispering amongst themselves. None of them increased the price. 8 million deity crystals wasn't a small sum. Even to a god emperor, it wasn't an easy amount to take out. Furthermore, the cultivator in the side room was most likely a saint god expert. No one dared to offend him. 8,200,000. All the night devil's cultivators fell silent. Xiao Lingyu shouted, 10 million. An indifferent voice came from the side room once again. The 8-faced, exquisite, sacred fruit's starting price of 1 million deity crystals had actually increased to 10 times its original price. The cultivators in the auction hall were all shocked. They all thought that only a saint god expert could be so generous. 10,200,000. Xiao Lingyu remained silent for a moment before calling out another bid. 15 million. The voice from the side room called out another bid. However, the amount of increment this time left everyone dumbfounded. Although Xiao Lingyu was also determined to get the 8-faced exquisite sacred fruit, he couldn't take out 15 million deity crystals in a short period of time. Furthermore, the auction wouldn't wait for him to gather enough deity crystals. He could only give up for now. Furthermore, even if he had more deity crystals, he might not be able to get the 8-faced exquisite sacred fruit. Looking at the way the other party was raising the price, it was likely that they wouldn't give up so easily. If he wanted to compete with a saint god expert in terms of deity crystals, he probably wouldn't be able to get it. The senior in the third side room has bid 15 million deity crystals. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Friar Nocturne waited for 5 breaths of time. Then she smiled and said, since there's no one who wants to increase the price, then, wait, I bid 16 million deity crystals. Another voice came from the side room. The guest in the 6th side room has increased the price. 16 million deity crystals. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? Friar Nocturne was clearly a little excited. 20 million. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the cultivator in the 3rd side room, who had been raising the price incessantly, called out again. The cultivator in the 6th side room also waited for a while before calling out 22 million. All the cultivators, including the auctioneer, looked towards the 3rd side room. This was a battle of wealth between saint god experts. Ordinary god emperors could only watch helplessly. 30 million. The voice from the 3rd side room was still strong and calm. He seemed to be full of confidence. Everyone was stunned and felt a stifling sensation in their chests. Hee, fellow Taoist of the human race, don't compete with this old man. My deity crystals were looted by my clan's descendants during the last invasion of Yong, and I don't feel the slightest burden when spending them. While everyone was silent and surprised, a complacent laughter came from the 3rd side room. Xiao Lingyu and everyone finally understood why the female auctioneer called the expert in the 3rd side room a senior and the expert in the 6th side room a distinguished guest. Then this old man will wait for the next treasures, the human saint god in the 6th side room said helplessly. As a result, the 8-faced, exquisite sacred fruit belonged to the expert in the 3rd side room. Friar Nocturne, who was in charge of the auction, personally delivered the jade box containing the 8-faced, exquisite sacred fruit to the 3rd side room. He then walked out with a satisfied look on his face. He must have received enough deity crystals. Although the later treasures were of higher quality, Xiao Lingyu was no longer in the mood to participate. His gaze was fixed on the third side room. The eight-faced, exquisite, sacred fruit wasn't an ordinary material. It was something that could only be found by chance. Since he was lucky enough to come across it today, Xiaolingyu definitely wouldn't let it fall into someone else's hands so easily. Chapter 644. The final items of the auction were a saint artifact and a saint pill. Both of them were sold for close to 100 million divine crystals. What surprised Xiaolingyu was that the human race expert in the sixth room didn't come in vain. He spent 93 million divine crystals to buy the saint tool. The high-end auction that only god emperors and saint gods could participate in ended much earlier than the other two auctions. While the other two auction houses were still bustling with noise and excitement, Xiaolingyu walked out of the auction house. His eyes were still locked on the night demon's expert not far in front of him. Just a moment ago, Xiaolingyu saw the night demon's expert walk out of the third room with his own eyes. For the sake of the eight-faced, exquisite saint fruit, Xiaolingyu could only brace himself and fight even if he was a saint god expert. However, Xiaolingyu was very clear that fighting a saint god expert was extremely risky. Moreover, if the night demon's expert was determined to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop them. As for the danger, Xiaolingyu wasn't too worried. After all, he could use the greater teleportation saint tool at any time. The most difficult thing for him was the night demon's expert escaping. While Xiaolingyu was following the night demon's expert, he saw the human race saint god expert. This saint god expert had white hair and a white beard. He had a benevolent appearance and wore a sea blue robe. He looked like an otherworldly immortal. Xiaolingyu suddenly had an idea and transmitted a message to the saint god expert. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on obtaining the saint tool this time. Your strength has greatly increased. The saint god stage expert's cultivation was extremely high. When the sound transmission entered his ears, he could tell who it was. Walking in front of Xiaolingyu, he didn't turn his head, but he also replied with a sound transmission. It's just a saint artifact. I just bought it for my disciple. Although fellow Taoist is a human race cultivator, there is no need for you to hide your appearance. As long as fellow Taoist is strong enough, you will be respected wherever you go in the God realm. When Xiaolingyu heard this, he laughed bitterly at himself. He secretly thought that the old man was still able to see through things, so he took off his cloak. Even though the relationship between the night demons and the human race was not good, and there was even a great war between them, Xiaolingyu walked in the prosperous city of the night demons with her head held high. She only attracted the attention of the night demons cultivators, and not a single night demon expert tried to stop her. Fellow Taoist, are you interested in the eight-faced, exquisite holy fruit as well? Xiaolingyu asked through voice transmission. It's also for my disciple. However, it's better if you have it. Even if you don't, there's no need to force it, the old man replied. This human saint god expert did not put on airs and had an amiable attitude, which made him easy to get close to. The reason he spoke to Xiaolingyu was probably because they were both humans. I have something to discuss with you, Xiaolingyu said tentatively. Hee, you must be here for the eight-faced, exquisite holy fruit, right? Are you trying to snatch it by force? The old man chuckled. Fellow Taoist's eyes are as sharp as torches. That's exactly what I am thinking. Xiaolingyu replied. Fellow Taoist, although the treasure is good, you will need to rely on your own ability to snatch it. This old man does not believe that you have the strength to fight against the sacred god. The old man indifferently replied, although I'm not talented, I will not throw my life away for a treasure. With your help, I am 100% certain that I will be able to capture and kill him. Xiaolingyu confidently said, Fellow Taoist, you can't even restrain your killing intent, so don't even think about capturing and killing the sacred god. The old man calmly said, Indeed, Xiaolingyu's killing intent had been sensed by the night demon sacred god he was staring at, causing the latter to frown and glance back at him. Fellow Taoist, if you are willing to help me, you can raise some conditions. I will definitely do my best to fulfill them. Xiaolingyu pleaded. If he had the help of a sacred god, Xiaoling Yu felt that killing the night demon sacred god would be a cinch. This old man has long become indifferent to external things. The most important thing is to cultivate innately and become stronger. I advise fellow Taoists not to be too stubborn. There are times when you have to be willing to part with something. For example, by giving up the 8-faced, exquisite holy fruit, you may have avoided a dangerous battle. The old man replied before increasing his pace. At a crossroad, he chose to walk in the opposite direction from the night demon's sacred god. Xiaoling Yu helplessly laughed bitterly before continuing to follow the night demon sacred god. With the latter's cultivation, he had naturally discovered that Xiaoling Yu was following him long ago. However, he did not seem to mind that Xiaoling Yu was following him. The night demon's sacred god had also used his spiritual sense to spy on Xiaoling Yu. Although he was unable to grasp Xiaoling Yu's true strength, he was able to roughly determine that Xiaoling Yu's cultivation had yet to reach the sacred god stage. Naturally, he was not afraid. The night demon's sacred god left the city soon after, but he did not go far before disappearing in a flash. Xiaoling Yu could only laugh bitterly again. After all, the other party was a sacred god expert and could use teleportation. His cultivation was lower than the other party's, so the other party could naturally escape his pursuit in an instant. Even if he wanted to fight with his life on the line, the other party had to be willing. However, the 8-faced, exquisite sacred fruit was too important to Xiaoling Yu. Even if his target had escaped, he could not easily give up on it. Xiaoling Yu did not immediately use greater teleportation to leave the night demons. Instead, he put on his cloak again and went to the city to inquire about the origin of the night demon's sacred god and where he usually cultivated. What made Xiaoling Yu depressed was that the sacred god of the night demons was the same as the sacred gods of the human and demon races. They were usually elusive and rarely appeared in front of ordinary cultivators. Wanting to inquire about their whereabouts was harder than ascending to the heavens. After asking for less than an hour, Xiaoling Yu gave up. He first left the city and found a secluded place. He prepared to take out his tubular saint artifact and teleport back to the narrow god realm. However, Xiaoling Yu never imagined that before he could even take out his tubular saint artifact, the space around him suddenly fluctuated twice and 2 night demons experts appeared beside him. From the level of their teleportation, he could tell that the 2 night demons were sacred gods. Taking a closer look, Xiaoling Yu discovered that the sacred god he had been following before was also among them. As soon as the 2 sacred gods appeared, they used their domains at the same time and sealed off a large area of the surrounding space. The 2 sacred gods' domains pressured Xiaoling Yu at the same time, making him feel an enormous pressure. His heart repeatedly rang with warnings of danger. Although Xiaoling Yu had the ability to fight a sacred god and had even killed one of the Sha Mei clan sacred gods before, he had no chance of victory against 2 sacred gods at the same time. Moreover, he would definitely lose. Since the other party had sealed off the space, they naturally weren't here to chat with Xiaoling Yu. As the saying went, they came with ill intentions. They were most likely here to cause trouble for him. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Xiaoling Yu didn't take out his tubular saint artifact and instead summoned the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Under the seal of the 2 sacred gods, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to use his tubular saint artifact to teleport. You dare to have any ideas about me? Watch how I'll make you wish you were dead. Kiki. As the 2 sacred gods spoke, they had already attacked Xiaoling Yu. However, what surprised the 2 night demons was that as soon as they moved, their opponent had already disappeared. Only a cauldron remained in front of them. He's hiding in there. That's a saint artifact. We've struck gold this time. I didn't think that this kid would have a saint artifact to protect him. Kiki, even if he has a saint artifact, will only need to waste a few days to force him out. Let's not bother about this kid for now. We have more important matters to attend to. Let's go. That old human hasn't gone too far. He must have more treasures on him. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for the 2 of us to keep that old human here. Don't worry, third brother is already set off. He'll definitely arrive within 4 hours. Haha, third brother's here too. That's great. With the three of us brothers' strength, that old human will only die once. After speaking, the two night demons dragged the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron with their strength and sped away. Although he was inside the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron, Shaolin Yu could still see what was happening outside. However, he couldn't hear what they were saying. He was rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. The nature spirit tribe cultivators inside the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron didn't know what was happening outside. However, they could see that Shaolin Yu's expression was strange. They were all at a loss for what to do. It wasn't that Shaolin Yu didn't have a way to escape, but he wouldn't choose to do so unless it was absolutely necessary. There was only one way for him to escape, and that was to inject enough energy into the tubular sacred artifact while he was inside the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. The moment he left, he would activate greater teleportation. However, if he did that, he would have to give up on the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. In that instant, the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron was tightly bound by the opponent's strength. There was no way Shaolin Yu could take it away. Moreover, if the opponent was constantly on high alert about the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron, the tubular sacred artifact might not be able to escape after leaving. After waiting for 4 hours, Shaolin Yu still hadn't come up with a better idea. However, the two sacred gods of the night demons outside suddenly stopped. Expanding his vision, Shaolin Yu saw the human elder who was blocked by the two sacred gods. The two night demon experts exchanged a few words with the human old man. Then, the two night demon saint gods brazenly attacked and began to fight the human saint god. The human elder's strength was indeed impressive. Since he dared to enter the depths of the night demons alone, he naturally had powerful backing. Powerful Dharma spells and divine abilities continuously surged out from the human elder's hands. With great power, they surged through the entire space. Groups of extremely powerful seals whizzed out from the human elder's fingertips in an instant, causing the space to collapse and collapse. Even though he was facing off against two sacred gods of the night demons alone, the human elder didn't show any signs of defeat. The two sacred gods of the night demons weren't in a hurry to win either. They each took out a sacred artifact magic treasure and continuously attacked and dodged each other's attacks. For the time being, they didn't look like they were going to risk their lives. Chapter 645. Looking at the current situation, even Shaolin Yu could tell that the two night demon saint gods definitely had other intentions. The two night demons had come to him of their own accord. No one would believe that they had no ulterior motives for stalling so calmly. If Shaolin Yu could think of this, so could the human elder. However, he was more than capable of dealing with one night demon sacred god and two night demon sacred gods at the same time. While the human elder looked like he could handle two night demon sacred gods at the same time, it would not be easy for him to escape. Although the two night demon sacred gods looked like they were only focused on defense, their movements were very orderly. Moreover, they would occasionally attack, which basically sealed off the human elder's escape routes. However, the current situation was an excellent opportunity for Shaolin Yu. If he exited the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron now, he would have a great chance of successfully using greater shift to escape. The two night demon sacred gods did not know that Shaolin Yu had a greater shift divine weapon. If they were unprepared, they would not be able to keep the tubular divine weapon. At most, they would leave the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron behind. Firstly, Shaolin Yu did not want to give up the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Secondly, he wanted the eight-faced exquisite sacred fruit. Therefore, he decisively gave up on escaping and exited the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. As soon as Shaolin Yu exited the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron, the cauldron transformed into an eight-legged monster. The brilliant white flames also increased in power. Shaolin Yu, who had just come out, hid inside the tubular sacred artifact while the other party was still in shock. Then, he took out the sacred artifact, the yin-yang mirror. The brilliant white flames spat out a few fire snakes. Not only did they sweep towards the two night demon sacred gods, but they also swept towards the human elder. The human old man had been surprised that the two night demon saint gods had been carrying a saint artifact cauldron without using it to attack. However, he now understood the situation. He called out softly, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. It was actually able to block the white fire serpents outside. Don't worry about the kid for now. It's more important to keep the old man here. One of the night demon sacred gods reminded his companion. Then, they used their divine weapons to block the attacks of the brilliant white fire snakes and continue to try to trap the human elder. The two night demon sacred gods' domains enveloped the area at the same time. Naturally, they had a great advantage in terms of domains. The human elder was still unable to escape. Moments later, the sacred artifact, the yin-yang mirror, suddenly trembled and 4 phantom monsters were released. The 4 night demon sacred gods did not attack the human elder. They did not attack. 2. The two night demon sacred gods were very surprised by the appearance of the monsters and attacked at the same time. However, the monsters were not afraid of any attacks, and it was the same even for the sacred gods. Their attacks passed through the 4 monsters without causing the slightest bit of damage. Just as they attacked, one of them who did not choose to escape was surrounded by the 4 demon sacred gods. The 4 symbols domain had already been formed. It did not conflict with the human elder's domain. In fact, they resonated with each other. As a result, the 2 night demon sacred gods lost their advantage in terms of domains. What Shaolin Yu was most worried about was that he had suddenly disrupted the plan and formation of the 2 night demon saint gods, giving the old man a chance to escape. If the old man really did escape, he would have no other choice but to use the tubular saint artifact to teleport. As a sacred god expert, the human elder could naturally escape unscathed. However, Shaolin Yu would not be able to take away the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Fortunately, the human elder did not choose to escape. He activated his aura with all his might and attacked the night demon sacred god who was not trapped by the 4 demon sacred gods. Shaolin Yu and the human elder had already guessed that the 2 night demon sacred gods might have reinforcements. Therefore, they had to either end the battle quickly or escape. The 2 of them could not stay here for too long. Therefore, Shaolin Yu did not hesitate. He immediately used his power to control the yin-yang mirror to shoot out black and white beams to attack the night demon sacred god who was trapped by the 4 demon sacred gods. Shaolin Yu could not control the brilliant white flames, but he could control the 8-legged monster. He had the monster enter the 4 symbols domain. When the 8-legged monster entered the 4 symbols domain, the brilliant white flames were naturally brought in as well. This caused the fire snakes to target the night demon sacred god, who was trapped by the 4 demon sacred gods. Just like how he dealt with the Shamei sacred god, Shaolin Yu used the yin-yang mirror to restrain the trapped night demon sacred god. Then, he had the 4 demon sacred gods shrink the encirclement and wait for an opportunity to grab the night demon sacred god. The 4 demon sacred gods were not disappointed by Shaolin Yu. They suddenly moved quickly and pulled the night demon sacred god's body. The fire serpents released by the brilliant white flames swept up the night demon saint god. The situation was not optimistic. Shaolin Yu did not hesitate. He was worried that he would miss the opportunity. He immediately had the magic treasure seat descend from the sky and smash it fiercely towards the night demon sacred god. Even though the night demon sacred god tried his best to dodge, he was trapped by the 4 demon sacred gods and the brilliant white fire snakes. He could not quickly move his body and could only watch as the mighty seat came crashing down. However, the night demon sacred god still used his defensive divine weapon to meet it. A golden shield rose into the sky and blocked the night demon sacred god's head. The seat smashed into the golden shield, causing the shield to fall a few feet. The defensive power of a divine weapon was still very strong. Although Shaolin Yu's seat that had not been completely refined was of high quality, It could not be destroyed in one hit. Xiao Lingyu's thoughts surged, and the seat smashed down again. Under such fierce attacks, the golden shield could not hold on for too long. After all, the attacks of the 4 demon sacred gods and the brilliant white fire snakes did not stop. The yin-yang mirror was also constantly shooting out black and white light. The night demon sacred god could not control his shield fully. After smashing it more than 10 times, the shield finally could not hold on and sank into the night demon sacred god's body with its power greatly reduced. The night demon sacred god who had lost his divine weapon was naturally smashed on the head by the falling seat. After letting out a miserable cry, his body and the brilliant white fire snakes were smashed into the ground of the night demons. However, what Xiao Lingyu did not expect was that the night demon sacred god's vitality was still quite tenacious. He actually flew out from the ground when the seat slowly rose into the air. Even with the 4 demon sacred gods dragging his heavily injured body, he still appeared to be full of vigor. He brought the 4 demon sacred gods and the brilliant white fire snakes with him as he quickly retreated to the side. Xiao Lingyu could see that the night demon sacred god had used some powerful secret technique to temporarily increase his strength. He could also see that the other party was preparing to escape. When a sacred god wanted to escape, even the 4 demon sacred gods and the brilliant white fire snakes could not stop him. Xiao Lingyu had no way of stopping him. However, just as the night demon sacred god sped up, a bright and dazzling divine light suddenly shot out from the human elder's body. In an instant, it accurately hit the night demon sacred god who was about to escape. The night demon sacred god's speed that had just increased immediately decreased. His vigor was also weakened by this attack. The human elder had also paid a certain price to attack the escaping night demon sacred god this time. He had also been hit by another night demon sacred god. However, the human elder's choice was correct and timely. Because of his powerful attack, the night demon sacred god who wanted to escape lost the opportunity to escape. Xiao Lingyu quickly caught up with him on his tubular sacred artifact. Perhaps because the secret technique could not withstand too powerful an attack, the night demon sacred god's vigor instantly decreased. He was once again restrained by the 4 demon sacred gods and the brilliant white fire snakes. The seat once again came crashing down with a whistling sound. The secret technique was forced to stop, and it seemed to have backfired on the night demon sacred god. He actually lost all of his vitality when the seat came crashing down. Having lost all resistance, the night demon sacred god's body was quickly melted by the brilliant white flames. The 4 demon sacred gods then attacked the other night demon sacred god. The other night demon sacred god made a prompt decision. His whole body flashed with black light, and he forcefully shook off the human elder's entanglement. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a black streak of light and fled into the distance. How dare you act so impudently in my clan's territory? Just as Xiao Lingyu was about to go check if the night demon sacred god was completely dead, a furious voice suddenly came from afar. Then he saw a black streak of light coming towards him with the force of a thunderbolt. The opponent's cultivation level was clearly much higher than Xiao Lingyu's, so the black streak of light was able to firmly lock onto Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu had no choice but to take it head-on. However, the human elder did not sit back and do nothing. He once again shot out a beam of divine light, which blasted into the center of the black streak of light. Although it blasted it in two, the black streak of light in front of it continued to charge towards Xiao Lingyu without losing any momentum. The opponent's attack was too sudden. Xiao Lingyu did not have time to use the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron or the tubular divine weapon to block it, nor did he have time to activate the seat that he had not refined yet. He could only use the chaotic phantom fire to transform into a fire dragon to meet the attack. The fire dragon transformed from the chaotic phantom fire only weakened the black streak of light slightly. However, the black streak of light still blasted onto Xiao Lingyu's body in the end. Xiao Lingyu felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his body flew out like an arrow from a bow. At this moment, a black figure rushed over and charged rapidly towards the night demon's sacred god who was about to turn into ashes. At that moment, both the human old man and the heavily injured Xiaoling Yu could guess that the person who had come was most likely here to steal the night demon saint god's storage treasure. Chapter 646. Suppressing the pain in his body, Xiaoling Yu stabilized his body. His divine telekinesis quickly gave orders to the 4 phantom monsters, telling them to surround and attack the night demon powerhouse that had just arrived. At the same time, the 8-legged monster charged towards the night demon expert with bright white flames. What Xiaoling Yu did not expect was that the night demon expert, who had just arrived, would immediately turn around and flee when he saw that he was unable to snatch the storage dharma treasure of his fellow night demon expert. He had no intention of fighting with him and the human elder. The human elder said to Xiaoling Yu in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, we have to leave quickly." Xiaoling Yu clutched his bleeding chest and put away all his dharma treasures. However, the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron was still in its 8-legged monster form. Xiaoling Yu could not restore it to its original form in a short period of time. The human elder did not care about Xiaoling Yu's life. Although he was also injured, he still wrapped Xiaoling Yu with his power and flew away with him at full speed. As for the 8-legged monster, its flying speed was enough to keep up with the human elder. The saint gods of the night demons had just lost one and injured another. It was likely that they would not be able to gather together to hunt down Xiaoling Yu and his companion in a short period of time. However, for the sake of caution, the human elder still flew at full speed for 4 hours before stopping. "How are your injuries?" The human elder asked with a frown. "I can't hold on for much longer. I have to find a place to cultivate in seclusion and recuperate," Xiaoling Yu said with a pale face. "Let's do it here. I will protect you." The human elder nodded. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiaoling Yu shook his fist weakly and said politely. They were in a mountain forest. Xiaoling Yu randomly chose a cave and sat down cross-legged. First, he calmed himself down and adjusted himself. Then, he took out a small jade bottle. There were 3 pills in the jade bottle. Xiaoling Yu poured one out and hesitated for a moment before putting it into his mouth. These 3 pills were given to Xiaoling Yu by Qi Yu. They were all sacred pills that could save her life. Just now, Xiaoling Yu was hit by a holy god expert. If it wasn't for his body being comparable to a top-grade divine tool, he would have lost his life. The black streak of light struck his chest. Even though he tried his best to suppress the injury and recover, his chest was still badly mutilated. The higher the quality of one's physical body, the harder it would be to recover from a serious injury. With such a heavy injury, it would be difficult to recover by just relying on the transformation of the physical body. Xiaoling Yu had no choice but to swallow a divine elixir. The divine elixir melted as soon as it entered her mouth, and its medicinal power spread throughout Xiaoling Yu's body. As expected of a divine pill, Xiaoling Yu could feel her pain disappearing as soon as the effects of the pill spread. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring. New flesh was gradually growing out of the terrifying wound on her chest. Her broken veins were also gradually reconnecting under the effect of the powerful medicinal power. In less than 4 hours, the wound on Xiaoling Yu's chest had disappeared. Not even a scar was left behind. However, even a divine elixir couldn't heal Xiaoling Yu's heavy injuries in such a short time. The effects of the pill only stabilized his injuries and nourished his injured nascent soul. The medicinal power of the divine elixir wasn't limited to that. In fact, only 30% of its medicinal power had been released. The remaining 70% still needed some time to slowly disperse. If this divine elixir completely dispersed its medicinal power in an instant, it wouldn't be a divine elixir anymore. It would be a powerful balm. At this time, Xiaoling Yu made another tub of medicinal soup and used the transformation of his body to speed up his recovery. Nearly half a year had passed. Xiao Yu finally stabilized his condition and recovered 70% of his strength. I didn't expect the human race to have such a young powerhouse like you. Seeing that Xiao Yu had come out of seclusion, the human elder smiled and said, I was just a little lucky, Xiao Yu said humbly. Don't be so humble. I've lived for a long time, and I'm quite good at judging people. You've definitely cultivated for less than 50 million years. I've stayed in the god realm for countless years, but I've never seen anyone with a cultivation speed comparable to yours. The human elder shook his head. Since you think so highly of me, could you? Haha, I'll take this. I never intended to take it all for myself. Before Xiao Yu could finish, the human elder had already taken out the night demon Saint God storage ring and said, There are many good things in here. We work together to kill the enemy, so we should split them equally. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, You can have all the other treasures. I only want the 8-faced, exquisite sacred fruit. The human elder said, Why don't you take a look at the things inside before you make your decision? Xiao Yu took the storage ring and sank his consciousness into it. His face changed immediately. The space within the storage ring was extremely huge. It was like a vast expanse of space. Not to mention the other things, just the mountain range of divine crystals piled up within it was enough to stun Xiao Yu. There were so many divine crystals, at least a few 100 million pieces. At this moment, Xiao Yu finally understood why the night demon Saint God was so generous when bidding for the 8-faced, exquisite sacred fruit. Other than divine crystals, there were many magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation resources in the storage ring. With Xiao Yu's insight, he could tell that many of the cultivation resources in the storage ring came from the human race. If we were to appraise the items in this storage ring, I feel like they're worth at least 2 billion divine crystals. The 8-faced, exquisite holy fruit that you're looking for is only worth around 20 million to 30 million divine crystals, the elderly man reminded in a kind manner. Xiao Yu withdrew his consciousness and said, Other than the 8-faced, exquisite holy fruit, elder brother can give little brother some of the rest, as you see fit. The human elder chuckled when he heard Xiao Yu's attempt to curry favor with him. The human elder had already begun to take Xiao Yu seriously. In his opinion, the strength that Xiao Yu had displayed in the previous battle was already comparable to an ordinary Saint God expert. Since you were willing to fight the Saint God for the 8-faced, exquisite sacred fruit, it is clear that it is extremely important to you. I originally wanted it as well, but I gave it to you in the end. As for the other items, we can split them equally, the human elder said generously. There are 2 saint artifacts here. Shall we take one each? Xiao Yu asked. One each, the human elder indifferently replied. Since the 2 of them were straightforward people, there was naturally no problem in splitting the spoils. However, there were just too many items in the storage ring. Even though the 2 of them had high cultivation bases, it still took them a whole day to finish splitting the spoils. Brother, you already have many saint artifacts. In addition to these countless divine crystals and other treasures, you are even richer than many saint gods, said the human elder. Brother is a saint god expert, so you already have the wealth that a saint god should have. In addition to what you have gained today, won't you be even richer? Xiao Yu replied with a smile. Huh. The human elder laughed heartily. Although his mental fortitude was extremely high and he was unaffected by external factors, anyone would find it difficult to suppress their joy after picking up such great benefits. This little brother is Xiao Yu. How should I address you? Xiao Yu continued to worm his way into being friends. I am Chui Yu. Brother Xiao can just call me Brother Chui in the future, the human elder replied. Brother, where do you usually cultivate? Xiao Yu asked again. Kongrong Mountain. It is in the easternmost part of the Weiyuan region. It is adjacent to the Yong'an region, Chui Yu replied. Haha. Then when you have time, I'll come and have some tea with you, Xiao Yu said with an expectant expression. All right, Chui Yu replied with 3 all right in a row, looking very welcoming. Brother Chui, how many saint gods do we have in the narrow sense of the god realm? Xiao Yu asked again. I know of 4. If you include brother, then it will be 5, Chui Yu replied. How many demons do we have? Xiaoling Yu continued to ask. The demons probably have a bit more saint gods. There should be 6, Chui Yu replied after thinking for a moment. Our human race has a bit too few saint gods, Xiaoling Yu said. Xiaoling Yu had seen many foreign races with more than 5 saint gods during his travels in the god realm. There were even some foreign races with more than 10 saint gods. Actually, our human race has quite a few saint gods. It is just that many of them have cultivated to the late stage of the saint god realm before heading to the heaven-reaching saint island. Brother, you should know of the existence of the heaven-reaching saint island, right? Chui Yu shook his head and smiled. I know a bit. Xiaoling Yu nodded and replied. Then how is the relationship between Brother Chui and that old man Dugu? Chui Yu frowned slightly and asked instead of answering. How is your relationship with him? Xiaoling Yu replied straightforwardly. Our relationship is not that good. We have only met once. Chui Yu pondered for a moment and said, Old man Dugu is very strong. However, like other sword cultivators, he is especially arrogant and even a little condescending. Basically, he does not have a good relationship with most of the human race's saint gods. What everyone hates about him is not his temper, but that he is not as arrogant as other sword cultivators. He does not care about external things and prefers to collect rare treasures. He even fights with the human race's saint gods for some treasures. Even the experts of the demon race are wary of him. That's good. Xiaoling Yu praised inwardly. He was worried that old man Dugu would have helpers. If Brother Xiao has a grudge with that old man Dugu, I advise you to avoid him. Before I came to the Night Demons to participate in the auction, I heard that old man Dugu had already broken through to the 7th level of the Heaven Sword Arts, and his strength has improved greatly. In the past, that old monster and I were barely able to fight to a draw. Now, in an ordinary fight, he should have the upper hand. However, if we really go all out and he is seriously injured, he should be able to kill a sacred god like me. Chui Yu could tell from Xiaoling Yu's expression that the relationship between Xiaoling Yu and old man Dugu was definitely not good. Chapter 647. After some communication, Xiaoling Yu first used the method of refining the white flames to return the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron to its original state. Then, he adjusted the cauldron and used greater teleportation to bring Chui Yu back to the narrow divine world's Yong'an. The reason why they returned to Yong'an was because Yong'an was the closest to the night demons, so teleportation consumed less energy. With Xiaoling Yu's current state, it was better to use as little energy as possible. After teleporting, Chui Yu cupped his fists and said, I've been out for a long time, and I still have 2 disciples to train. Brother, if you have time in the future, you can come to Kong Rong Mountain to find me. This old man will definitely welcome you. Xiaoling Yu also cupped his fists and bowed, saying, If I have time in the future, I will definitely visit you. Brother, please take care. Brother, take care too. Chui Yu then teleported away. It seemed like he was in a hurry. Xiaoling Yu first tried to contact Guan Wei, but he did not know if it was because of the distance or some other reason. But Guan Wei did not reply even after an hour. I should find a place to recuperate first. When I'm healed, I'll try for the 8th revolution. Since that old monster Dugu has made such great progress, there's no way I can fight against him now. I shouldn't be caught by him before I reach the 8th revolution. Millions of years have passed. I don't care if I wait a little longer. After pondering for a while, Xiaoling Yu did not look for the Huang Men cultivators. Instead, he randomly found a place in the northern region of Yong'an and sank into the ground. Xiaoling Yu was not in a hurry to cultivate. First, he checked the treasures he obtained and found many useful materials for healing. What surprised Xiaoling Yu was that most of the treasures he obtained were cultivation resources for human cultivators. He could not help but recall the words of the saint god of the night demons at the auction. After inspecting the 8-faced, exquisite holy fruit once more, Xiaoling Yu entered a state of cultivation, trying his best to digest the medicinal efficacy of the holy pill. In less than 2 years, with Xiaoling Yu's efforts, The effects of the divine pill were fully unleashed, and his injuries were completely healed. After recovering from his injuries, Xiao Lingyu meditated for a few more days to adjust his condition. When he was in peak condition, the chaotic dim shadow fire appeared in his palm. All kinds of materials he had collected to prepare for the 8th revolution were constantly thrown into the chaotic spectral flame to be refined. After that, countless divine crystals appeared in the surroundings, and a suction force began to emerge from his palm to absorb the divine energy within the divine crystals. Just absorbing the divine power alone took him almost 10 years. Before the chaotic divine infant exploded, he used all the materials on himself. The 8-faced, exquisite holy fruit was not processed at all, so he swallowed it after the chaotic divine infant exploded. His soul realm had already broken through to the 8th revolution by chance, so the difficulty of Xiao Lingyu's breakthrough this time was reduced by more than half. He now had an 80% chance of success, and with the help of a high-grade material like the 8-faced, exquisite holy fruit, it was basically a matter of time. In just another 2 months, the new chaotic divine infant had been formed. What was different from before was that the current chaotic divine infant not only had 8 little people hovering above its head, but there was also a circle of black and white yin-yang fish sitting below it. There was an 8-colored chaotic radiance above its head, and there was also a black and white radiance below it, making the chaotic divine infant appear even more mysterious and stable. Xiao Lingyu knew that the 8 figurines were existences similar to nascent souls. They could store power within them, and the total amount of power each of the 4 figurines could store was similar to his chaotic divine nascent soul. In other words, if the 8 figurines were filled with chaotic divine nascent souls, Xiao Lingyu would have 3 chaotic divine nascent souls, and that was only at the early stage of the 8th revolution. At the middle stage of the 8th revolution, the chaotic divine infant that every 2 of the 8 little people carried would be comparable to a pseudo-chaotic divine infant, and at the late stage of the 8th revolution, the energy that each little person could store would be comparable to a chaotic divine infant. From the early stage of the 8th revolution to the middle stage, and then to the late stage, the amount of chaotic divine power that the chaotic divine infant could store would continue to increase. Coupled with the enhancement of the little people's energy, Xiao Lingyu's strength would increase tremendously every time he advanced. Most importantly, according to the records of the cultivation technique, the little people had an even more powerful use, and that was to condense clones. The clones that these little people condensed were completely different from the clones that ordinary cultivators could condense. They were closely connected to Xiao Lingyu's mind, and they were almost completely connected to Xiao Lingyu's mind. Furthermore, they could use all the spells and abilities that Xiao Lingyu could use. However, Xiao Lingyu's cheat master had not condensed any clones back then, so he did not leave behind many inheritances in this area. Furthermore, when Xiao Lingyu was heavily injured, not only could the little people cooperate with the circle of yin and yang fish under the chaotic divine infant to protect it, but they could also sometimes take on the enemy's attacks in place of the chaotic divine infant. To put it bluntly, the little people could die for the chaotic divine infant, but they would not affect Xiao Lingyu much. It could be said that those who cultivated the 9 revolutions chaos formula to the 8th revolution could be considered an expert in the God world. Even ordinary chaotic cultivators could easily kill God Emperor experts and fight against ordinary saint gods when they reached this stage. The 8th revolution was called the chaotic Great Enlightenment stage. The reason why it was called the Great Enlightenment stage was because after the 6th revolution, which was to understand the mysteries of the world, and the 7th revolution, which was to see through reality and illusion, the cultivator's realm was already very high. From there, the cultivator would be able to comprehend the various states of the world, see through the mysteries of life and death, and completely comprehend the principles of the chaos of heaven and earth. This meant that when a cultivator truly achieved the Great Enlightenment stage, they would be able to achieve the Great Enlightenment stage of the 8th revolution and have the opportunity to advance to the 9th revolution. Xiaolingyu's lineage had more than 10 generations of cultivators who cultivated the 9 revolutions chaos formula, but there were very few who could reach the great enlightenment stage of the chaos formula. As for breaking through to the 9th revolution, there was not a single one. Xiaolingyu's chief master could be considered a genius for being able to cultivate to the great enlightenment stage of the chaos formula. Unfortunately, he had also failed to advance to the 9th revolution and died. To the cultivators of this lineage, the 8th revolution seemed to be the limit. However, Xiaolingyu had just reached the great enlightenment stage of the chaos formula. The 9th revolution was still very far away from him, so he did not need to worry about it now. After advancing to rank 8 in both cultivation realm and cultivation, not only did Xiaolingyu's cultivation become more profound, the quality of his primal chaos divine power had also increased. This allowed him to completely control the primal chaos nether shadow fire. Even if the primal chaos nether shadow fire fully displayed its might in his body, it would not pose any threat to him. This increased his strength to a certain extent. First, he continued to absorb the divine power in the divine crystals, causing the chaotic divine nascent soul, the 8 little people, and the countless blood crystals in his body to contain even more chaotic divine power. Only then did Xiaolingyu leave the depths of the underground. Guaniwei still hasn't sent me a message. Could something have happened? Xiaolingyu frowned, then summoned the tubular sacred artifact and shifted it towards the floating Su mountain range near Duhu City. The distance was not very far. For the tubular sacred artifact, he could reach it in an instant. Xiaolingyu sent a message to Guaniwei again. After waiting for a while, he still did not receive a reply. He then sent a message to Xiongming and the others, but the result was the same. Xiaolingyu was not too anxious. He put away the sacred artifact and spread out his divine sense as he flew, searching for the Huamin cultivators. It took him less than 3 days to find a cultivator from the Hua sect. This Huamin cultivator was an early-stage divine lord. However, he had a divine king demon beast with him. Xiaolingyu had captured this demon beast in the floating Su mountain range. It had recognized Xiaolingyu as its master back then, so Xiaolingyu had found this demon beast through their spiritual connection. You are sect master? This divine lord clearly recognized Xiaolingyu, but he was not sure. That's right. Xiaolingyu took out the sect master token that he had refined back then and said, "Tell me, how have the Huamin developed in the millions of years that I've been gone?" Sect master, the Huamin have developed very well in the years that you've been gone. The divine Lord Huamin cultivator was clearly a little excited. He spoke very quickly to Xiaolingyu. Perhaps it was because he didn't know much. The divine lord only spoke for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before he roughly explained the situation of the Huamin during this period of time. When Xiaolingyu heard this, he looked very satisfied. Just as Xiaolingyu had expected, Old Monster Dugu was a saint god expert after all. He did not make things difficult for the Huamin cultivators. After all, every debt had its debtor. The saint god definitely understood this principle. With 3 divine emperor demon beasts protecting the Huamin, the family Jiang and Ko clan, who had been greatly weakened, did not dare to cause trouble for the Huamin. Most of the time, human experts treasured their lives more than demon experts. As for where Guaniwei was, this divine lord did not know. Xiaolingyu did not linger for long. He continued flying and looked for other Huamin cultivators to ask around. In the past few million years, the Huamin had extended their reach to the entire narrow god realm. Although it could not be said that they did not have any blind spots, it was very easy for the Huamin to find someone. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person was not in a small village. Apart from the spread of their information network, the overall strength of the Huamin did not improve by much. Most of the god kings and god emperors in the narrow god realm belonged to someone else. It was very difficult for them to change their allegiance to the Huamin. After all, the leader of the Huamin was not in the narrow god realm. However, as the number of members increased, Guaniwei had to work very hard to maintain such a large organization. The problem of funding had always been a problem for the Huamin. It was also an important factor that stopped the Hua men from progressing. Shaolin Yu's return not only gave the Hua men a strong pillar of support, but he also brought back a large amount of deity crystals. The Hua men could quickly expand again. It took Shaolin Yu another 3 months to find Guan Yiyuan and learn of Guan Yiwei's whereabouts. Chapter 648. The Fortune region was a little far from the floating Kakin Mountains. If one were to use a supreme-grade flying divine artifact, it would take at least 200 years to travel from the vicinity of Duhu City to the west side of the Fortune region. However, Shaolin Yu used the tubular sacred artifact to perform greater teleportation and could cross this long distance in a moment. After arriving at the Fortune region, Shaolin Yu once again sent a message to Guan Yiwei. As long as Guan Yiwei did not reply within an hour, Shaolin Yu would continue to teleport and send another message. Half a month had passed, and Shaolin Yu had teleported dozens of times before Guan Yiwei finally replied. Boss Shao, I'm at Floating Kakin Bay. I found a sister-in-law. Come quickly. After receiving the message, Shaolin Yu first went to a big city to purchase a jade slip engraved with a map of the entire Fortune region. After confirming the location of Floating Kakin Bay, he teleported over. Floating Kakin Bay was located in the southeast corner of the Fortune region. It was a bay that looked out into the ocean. Although it was called a bay, the ocean that Floating Kakin Bay was located in was just a relatively large inland lake in the narrow sense of the god realm. It was not on the same level as the ocean near the dorsal fin clan. If one were to assume that Floating Kakin Bay was named after the countless duckweeds floating on the surface of the water, this was not the case. There were no duckweeds in Floating Kakin Bay. However, if one were to look at it from the sky, the entire bay was filled with countless islands. These islands were all verdant and looked just like duckweeds floating on the sea. Floating Kakin Bay was very famous in the Fortune region because the divine energy was very rich here. Moreover, the islands here were all extraordinarily beautiful. Many Fortune region powerhouses would choose to cultivate on the small islands in Floating Kakin Bay. According to the map, at least 1/5 of the Fortune region's powerhouses above the monarch god level were gathered in Floating Kakin Bay. Moreover, there are also powerhouses from other regions who would come here to excavate caves. Many sects had also set up their encampments on one of the islands. With so many powerhouses staying here for a long time, the picturesque Floating Kakin Bay was not only beautiful, but also bustling with activity. The owner of the Fortune region was the Chao clan. Among all the top clans in the narrow sense of the divine world that controlled a large region, the Chao clan's strength had always been ranked number 1 ever since they became the owner of the Fortune region. They were an existence that no one below the sacred god could provoke in the narrow sense of the divine world. Since the Floating Duckweed Bay was located within the Fu Kingdom, it was naturally under the Chao family's control. Over the years, the Chao family had managed the Floating Duckweed Bay well. Whether it was the income from the city or the islands, it was a huge sum every day. In the Fortune regions, the tribe's powerhouses of the tribe, and the tribe's powerhouses as clans' foreign powerhouses. Coupled with the fact that the foreign races in the vicinity of the Blessed Virtue region weren't very strong, it had been many years since those foreign races launched a large-scale invasion of the narrow divine world like the Night Demon clan. This made the Chao family's wealth more and more abundant. Paying respect to the Saint God experts had become the Chao family's biggest expense. The Fortune region, Floating Kakin Bay, and the Chao clan had nothing to do with Shaolin Yu. After arriving at Floating Kakin Bay, he sent a message to Guan Yiwei. I'm on colorful Maple Island. After purchasing a map of Floating Kakin Bay's islands, Shaolin Yu quickly found the colorful Maple Island mentioned in Guan Yiwei's message and flew into the sea. Shaolin Yu had advanced to the 8th rank Chaos Great Enlightenment stage, so his speed had naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Even though colorful Maple Island was tens of thousands of miles away from the coast, it only took him a cup of tea's time to fly there. Colorful Maple Island was very large. It was one of the largest islands in the nearby sea area, spanning more than 1,000 miles. The island was densely covered with maple trees, and the maple leaves were of many colors. It could be considered a beautiful scenery. However, although colorful Maple Island's cultivation environment was much better than other places in the narrow sense of the God realm, it was still lacking compared to most of the islands in floating Katkin Bay. It was precisely because of this that the number of divine stones needed to stay on colorful Maple Island was relatively low. This also caused the cultivators on this island to far surpass other islands. There was also a colorful maple city on colorful Maple Island. Guaniwei was standing at the city gate, waiting for Xiaolingyu. Instead of welcoming Xiaolingyu into the city, Guaniwei led Xiaolingyu to a secluded place and said in a low voice, "That sister-in-law is not on colorful Maple Island." Xiaolingyu frowned and said, "Since she is not here, why did you call me here?" Guaniwei continued, "Boss, don't worry. Although sister-in-law is not on colorful Maple Island, she is on fallen Phoenix Island, which is less than 5,000 miles away from this island." Xiaolingyu was puzzled and asked, "Since she is on fallen Phoenix Island, why did you stop here and not look for her?" Guaniwei replied, "Fallen Phoenix Island is different from other islands where everyone can easily enter. There is an Agarwood sect on fallen Phoenix Island. The Agarwood sect only accepts talented and beautiful female disciples. They have a very close relationship with the Chow family. Because many of the Chow family's disciples and the Agarwood sect's female cultivators have become dual cultivation partners, the Chow family takes great care of the Agarwood sect. They once issued an order that no male cultivators are allowed to step within 1,000 miles of fallen Phoenix Island. If that sister-in-law had not come out, our Hua Min's disciples would not have found out that she was on fallen Phoenix Island." Xiaolingyu asked again, "If you want to enter fallen Phoenix Island, you have to ask for permission from the Chow family?" Guaniwei answered, "As long as you are a male cultivator, you cannot enter fallen Phoenix Island. Many men who are interested in the female cultivators of the Agarwood sect stay on the islands near fallen Phoenix Island and wait for the female cultivators to come out before they can meet. With the support of the Chow family, the Agarwood sect already has a god emperor. In addition, the Chow family also sent a female god emperor to oversee the Agarwood sect. Therefore, for countless years, except for the Chow family's god emperor or Sheng deity, any male cultivator who dares to barge into fallen Phoenix Island would not have a good ending. Even if they were able to withstand the attacks of 2 god emperors and enter, they would still be hunted down by the Chow family. Because of the prohibition, I can only wait near fallen Phoenix Island, but that sister-in-law has not come out." Xiaolingyu nodded. "I see." Guaniwei then asked, "Then how do we get sister-in-law out?" Xiaolingyu was stunned. "Of course we go to fallen Phoenix Island. Do you want me to wait here like you?" Guaniwei felt ashamed and explained, "It's not that I don't want to do my best, but the Chow family is too powerful. Even if I bring 3 god emperor monsters to fallen Phoenix Island and get sister-in-law out, the Chow family's counterattack is not something we Hua men can withstand. After all, we have already offended the family Jiang and the Ko family. It's not good to make another strong enemy." Xiaolingyu smiled. "I don't mean to blame you. I trust you to do things well." With that, Xiaolingyu flew into the sky with Guaniwei. "Boss, where are we going?" Guaniwei asked in surprise. "Can't you see that we are going to fallen Phoenix Island?" Xiaolingyu replied. "Barge in?" Guaniwei asked again. He knew that Boss Xiao could fight against god emperors before leaving the narrow god world. Now, he should have the strength to barge into fallen Phoenix Island. Let's see if they give us face first. If they don't, what's the harm in barging in? Xiaolingyu said indifferently. Guaniwei didn't say anything else. He knew Boss Xiao quite well. He knew that Boss Xiao always had a plan. Since Boss Xiao had spoken so boldly, he must have a lot of confidence. "It's been so many years, but you're only an early god king. This progress is a bit slow," Xiaolingyu said to Guaniwei as they flew. "There are many things to do in the sect. I don't have much time to cultivate," Guaniwei said gloomily. "Haha, it's been hard on you all these years. But don't worry, I won't mistreat you in Guaniwei." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "If I give you a God Emperor Void Spirit, will your cultivation speed be much faster?" Guan Wei was shocked. He had been in charge of the Huan Min for many years, so he naturally knew what a God Emperor Void Spirit was. Then he looked grateful. At the same time, he hid a hint of joy on his face. Guan Wei was glad that he had made the choice back then. 5,000 miles was not a long distance. At this point, they were within 500 miles of fallen Phoenix Island. Xiao Yu, who wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force, did not fly very fast. Indeed, a group of female cultivators came up to them not long after. The female cultivator leading the group was a late-stage god monarch. She was very good-looking. She took a step forward and said coldly, "Halt. If you're passing by fallen Phoenix Island, please take a detour. Do not step within 500 miles of fallen Phoenix Island." Xiao Yu took a step forward and said, "To be honest, the two of us are not passing by fallen Phoenix Island. We are entering the island to find someone. Please inform them." The female cultivator sneered and said, "Don't you know that male cultivators are forbidden from entering fallen Phoenix Island?" Xiao Yu replied, "That's why I asked you to inform them." The female cultivator said, "There are so many male cultivators who want to enter fallen Phoenix Island. Do I have to inform them one by one? I advise the two of you to give up. Fallen Phoenix Island is not a place where you can enter." Xiao Yu shook her head and said, "Since you don't want to inform them, don't block our way." Xiao Yu had already brought Guan Wei a few hundred feet forward. They passed by the group of female cultivators and continued to head towards fallen Phoenix Island. The female cultivator's face turned even uglier. She immediately took out her communication bead and sent out a message. She chased after them with the female cultivator behind her and scolded, "They really don't know what's good for them." After passing by the group of female cultivators for a while, Xiao Yu and Guan Wei stopped again. This was because a female cultivator was blocking their way. The female cultivator scanned Xiao Yu and Guan Wei with her divine sense. Then, her expression changed immediately. She asked politely, "May I know why the two of you want to barge into fallen Phoenix Island?" Xiao Yu waved her hand and said, "It's not that the two of us want to barge in. It's just that your disciples refuse to inform us." The female cultivator frowned and said, "May I know why the two of you want to enter the island?" Xiao Yu said, "We are looking for someone." The female cultivator continued, "Who are you looking for?" "I can go in and bring her out to meet the two of you." Chapter 649. From the image shown by Guan Wei, it could be seen that Qing Xian was currently in the Agrawud sect on the fallen Phoenix Island. Xiao Yu still clearly remembered that for the sake of saving him, Qing Xian had risked her life to fight on the battlefield of the two dimensions, and in the end, she'd advanced into the immortal Exalt realm. She could be said to have suffered greatly and paid a great price for him. When he ascended, Qing Xian's cultivation was inferior to Anya's. Since Qing Xian had ascended, Anya must be in the divine world as well. However, Xiao Yu was still a little surprised. It hadn't been long since he ascended to the divine world. Even for an immortal venerable, a few million years wasn't considered a long time. Qing Xian was actually able to ascend to the divine world in such a short period of time. It seemed like after he ascended, they had all cultivated very hard. What Xiao Yu and Guan Wei didn't expect was that the divine empress came back and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting. I've searched the island and asked around. There's no Qing Xian on the fallen Phoenix Island right now." "No? How is that possible?" Xiao Yu and Guan Wei exclaimed one after another. "Indeed, there's no Qing Xian. You two might have seen wrongly. Go and search for her on other islands. Maybe she's not from the Agrawud sect," said the divine empress. Xiao Yu looked at Guan Wei. Guan Wei frowned and transmitted his voice. "Boss, we, the Huan Min's disciples, have indeed seen Qing Xian's sister-in-law and followed her all the way to the fallen Phoenix Island. We saw Qing Xian's sister-in-law flying towards the fallen Phoenix Island and even greeted the patrol team. You don't believe me, right?" Xiao Yu naturally believed Guan Wei. He then looked at the Divine Empress and said, "If Qing Xian is on the island, please bring her out to meet us. Otherwise," the Divine Empress's expression turned ugly. She sneered and said, "I've already given you enough face by making a trip to the island for you two. Why? Do you still want to threaten my Chow family?" The Divine Empress who guarded the entrance to the island for the Agarwood sect was indeed a member of the Chow family. The Divine Empress was reminding Xiaoling Yu and Guan Wei that the fallen Phoenix Island wasn't just the Agarwood sect, it was also the Chow family's territory. "I have no intention of fighting against your Chow clan. However, I must enter the fallen Phoenix Island and take a look. If Qing Xian is really not on the island, I will definitely come back and apologize to the Chow clan." At this point, Xiaoling Yu cupped his hands together and bowed, before leading Guan Wei forward. "How dare you?" The Divine Empress was furious. She slapped the top of her head and a silver light shot out. Xiaoling Yu had already noticed the silver hairpin on the Goddess Empress hairbun. It was a supreme-grade divine weapon with very strong attack power. However, when the silver hairpin flew over, he first released his own force to slow down the silver hairpin. Then, he did not retreat. He actually reached out to grab the silver hairpin. "Sure enough, you're just an idiot trying to be mysterious. You actually grabbed my silver hairpin with your hand." A cold smile appeared on the goddess' face, but it instantly froze into astonishment. The silver hairpin was actually firmly grasped in the other party's hand. Not only was his hand unharmed, but his body didn't even tremble. It was as if it was easy for him to catch the attack of a supreme-grade divine weapon. Is he really someone powerful? The Divine Empress's expression became complicated. The Divine Empress had just regained her composure when the two were already far away. She had no choice but to send a message through her communication bead. Then, she chased after them. After entering fallen Phoenix Island, Xiaoling Yu unabashedly spread out his divine sense with all his might, searching for traces of Qing Xian. The fallen Phoenix Island wasn't very large. Xiaoling Yu had already searched the Agarwood sect's encampment. It only took 10 minutes for him to find Qing Xian's location. At this moment, the Divine Empress of the Chow clan caught up and said, "Are you two going to become enemies with my Chow clan?" Xiaoling Yu's amiable expression was gone. He sneered and said, "Miss, aren't you being a little too overbearing? Qing Xian is clearly on the island, but you lied and said she wasn't. You're deliberately deceiving us. Now, you're saying we're going to become enemies with the Chow clan. Do you really think your Chow clan can cover the sky with one hand? I said there's no Qing Xian on the island. You two must be mistaken." The Divine Empress of the Chow clan insisted. "Oomph." Xiaoling Yu snorted. He no longer looked at the Divine Empress of the Chow clan and rushed into the depths of the Agarwood sect's encampment with Guan Wei. Just as they arrived at the Agarwood sect's encampment, another Divine Empress rose into the air. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Agarwood sect?" The Divine Empress also looked angry. "Miss, you must be the sect master of the Agarwood sect, right?" Xiaoling Yu asked with a smile. Being called Miss caused the Agarwood schoolmaster's expression to darken to the extreme. Everyone else called her schoolmaster. Even if the experts of the Chow clan were here, no one would call her Miss. This made her feel that her dignity had been damaged. In fact, the Divine Empress of the Chow clan felt the same. She was very unhappy when Xiaoling Yu called her Mississippi. These two Divine Empresses were usually high and mighty, looking down on others. Today, they met someone who was even more arrogant than them. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Don't ask too much. Let's talk about our purpose first. Our Agarwood sect may not be a famous sect, but it's not a place that anyone can trespass. The sect master said bluntly, "You're just the Chow clan's daughter-in-law sect. Do you think you're so great just because you have the Chow clan as your backing?" Guan Wei said after seeing his boss being so unyielding. If it was in the past, Guan Wei would never dare to speak like this to a divine emperor. The sect master's expression turned even uglier after hearing the words daughter-in-law sect. She hated it when people tied the Agarwood sect to the Chow clan. After all, They were nominally an independent sect. I'm only here to find one person. Her name is Qing Xian. She's currently in this palace. Xiao Yu pointed at a grand palace below. Qing Xian? We don't have such a person here. The sect master denied. At this point, the divine empress of the Chao clan had also arrived and stood next to the sect master. A dignified sect master lying? You've really opened my eyes. Xiao Yu sneered. Then tell me, who is Qing Xian? I'll ask her to come out and see if she recognizes you. The sect master said. For countless years, there were many cultivators who dared to barge into the fallen Phoenix Island. However, there were very few who could make the two divine empresses not attack directly. Xiao Yu then condensed Qing Xian's image and said, It's her. The sect master frowned and said, She's not Qing Xian. She's Qiu Shuang. Wait here, I'll call Qiu Shuang over. In just 10 breaths of time, the sect master flew into the air with Qing Xian. With just a glance, Xiao Yu could confirm that the woman standing in front of the sect master was one of his wives, Qing Xian. Xiao Yu and Qing Xian were so close, so naturally, he was very familiar with Qing Xian. In addition, his current cultivation level was very high, so there was no way he could have mistaken her. The woman was tall and had a graceful figure. Although her eyes were filled with love and she looked devastatingly beautiful, she had a cold aura. Who else could she be but Qing Xian? However, what surprised Xiao Yu was that Qing Xian was not only not excited at all when she saw him, but she also looked puzzled. Qiu Shuang, do you recognize these two? The sect master asked the woman beside her. The woman looked back and forth between Xiao Yu and Guan Wei and then replied, Sect master, I don't know them. What? Xiao Yu was very surprised that his wife did not recognize him. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting his wife, but he never thought that it would be like this. Did you hear that? Qiu Shuang said that she doesn't know the two of you. The two of you are being unreasonable, said the Chao clan's female emperor. You must have done something to her. Xiao Yu's originally calm state of mind was now in turmoil. He was anxious, so he was not as calm as before. In a flash, he appeared in front of Qing Xian and grabbed Qing Xian's wrist. How dare you? The two female emperors shouted at the same time and then attacked at the same time, hitting one of Xiao Yu's shoulders. Xiao Yu ignored the two female emperors' attacks and firmly grabbed Qing Xian's wrist, then instantly released his aura. What surprised the two female emperors was that the other party was able to send them flying with just his aura. Xiao Yu then sank his divine sense into Qing Xian's body and carefully examined it. However, he did not find any abnormalities in Qing Xian's body or soul. However, Qing Xian's aura and the characteristics of her body proved that Xiao Yu had not mistaken her for someone else. Xiao Yu frowned slightly and increased the intensity of his divine sense, invading Qing Xian's soul. After a moment, Xiao Yu's ugly expression was not only extremely gloomy, but his killing intent was also released uncontrollably. How dare you attack her soul memories? Xiao Yu said angrily, glaring at the female emperors. The two female emperors were very suspicious. The female sect master said, Don't think of us as such despicable people. Our Agarwood sect would never do such a thing. The Chao clan's female emperor said, He is being unreasonable and deliberately sowing discord. The guilty party cries first. Xiao Yu was already furious. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the two female emperors. His aura surged, and the chaotic domain was set up. Chapter 650. Tell me, who erased her soul's memories? Xiao Yu asked, not allowing her to refuse. The two female emperors were startled. To be able to imprison both of them, the person in front of them was either Saint God expert or a peak late God Emperor expert. Before the two female divine emperors could answer, dozens of God King stage cultivators flew out from the hall below. Among these God King stage cultivators, only 8 of them were female, while the rest were male. Needless to say, these male cultivators were all from the Chao clan. These God Kings were furious, But when they felt the power of the primal chaos domain, none of them dared to take half a step forward. They could only surround it from the outside. In less than 10 breaths of time, 3 more experts flew in from outside the Aggerwood sect. These 3 experts were all at the God Emperor stage, and they were all male cultivators. They should be experts from the Chao clan. The moment they arrived, they immediately attacked the primal chaos domain and even formed their own domains. There were already 5 God Emperors here, and they were all using their own domains to deal with the primal chaos domain. Naturally, they were able to suppress it. You think you can beat us with numbers? The dignified Chao clan is nothing more than this. Guanywei saw that his boss's expression was not right and became angry. He patted his waist 3 times. Suddenly, 3 divine lights flashed out and turned into 3 God Emperor stage demonic beasts. Whether it was the 2 female emperors or the 3 God Emperors of the Chao clan, they were all shocked. They were all wondering who this person was. Since the 3 God Emperors of the Chao clan had already attacked, Xiao Lingyu did not hold back. She immediately sent the 3 God Emperor monsters to deal with the 3 God Emperors of the Chao clan. I'll ask you one more time. Who erased a part of her soul memory? Xiao Lingyu asked with killing intent. Even with the arrival of strong reinforcements, the situation could not be reversed. The 2 female emperors panicked. This was the greatest danger they had encountered in countless years. The 2 female emperors looked at each other and saw the doubt and fear in each other's eyes. If you don't want to say, then die together, Xiao Lingyu said, and the primal chaos nether shadow fire appeared in her palm. It's her. Looking at the life-threatening flames, the 2 female emperors were so scared that their souls trembled. They actually pointed at each other. Who exactly is it? Xiao Lingyu asked again. It's her. The 2 female emperors pointed at each other and said in unison. Then why did you erase her soul memory? Xiao Lingyu asked again. The 2 female emperors started to ponder, and it seemed like they were preparing to come up with an excuse. Your behavior right now is really disgusting. How dare you be so arrogant just now when you only have this little bit of backbone? After Xiao Lingyu said that, he moved his mind, and the chaotic dim shadow fire that was originally floating in his palm instantly floated to the female sect leader. When the primal chaos dim shadow fire touched her body, the female sect leader immediately let out a painful cry. But in a moment, she died and turned into ashes. They actually dared to erase a part of Qing Xian's soul memory. This had already crossed Xiao Lingyu's bottom line. If he didn't kill a few of the other party's experts, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Seeing the primal chaos nether shadow fire floating towards her, the female emperor from the Chao clan was in despair. Even though the other 3 emperors from her clan were attacking fiercely, they couldn't defeat the 3 demonic beasts in a short time. In desperation and fear, the female emperor frantically raised her aura, and her body swelled up. Even if she died, she couldn't die in vain. She had to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. This female emperor from the Chao clan was actually going to self-detonate. Xiao Lingyu was so close to her that he could completely suppress her self-detonation, but he didn't do so. Instead, he brought Guanywei and Qing Xian away from her. Hong. The body of the Chao family's female emperor suddenly exploded. A powerful aura spread out in all directions along with the turbulent spatial fluctuations. In just an instant, the Aggerwood sect's encampment was razed to the ground, and terrifying cracks appeared on the fallen Phoenix Island. After the self-detonation, a dazzling light rapidly flew out of the fallen Phoenix Island. Xiao Lingyu's lips curled into a sinister smile. He immediately took out his tubular saint weapon and chased after it. In just 10 breaths' time, he stopped the light. I knew you would do this. You still want to protect your God Emperor Void Spirit? Wishful thinking. Xiao Lingyu grabbed the God Emperor Void Spirit. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. After the stone-like God Emperor Void Spirit calmed down, Xiao Lingyu stuffed it into his belt and flew back to the battlefield. However, just as Xiao Lingyu flew over, the 3 God Emperors from the Chao clan consciously retreated. The Agarwood sect's encampment was now a huge crater. The female emperor's self-detonation not only destroyed the picturesque scenery of the encampment, but also killed countless female disciples. Xiao Lingyu only glanced at the ruins of the Agarwood sect before flying away with Guan, Yiwei, and Qing Xian. "Boss Xiao, we've really offended the Chao clan this time," Guan Yiwei said worriedly. "It's fine if the Chao clan doesn't come looking for trouble. If they do, I don't mind changing the owner of this fortune land." Xiao Lingyu sneered. When Guan Yiwei heard this, he was secretly surprised. His boss really did seem to be stronger than before. Guan Yiwei couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He used to be called a genius, but compared to Xiao Lingyu, he was like heaven and earth. When they first met in Duhu City, Xiao Lingyu was only comparable to a divine monarch. Now, he could easily kill god emperors and even dare to go against a major clan. Guan Yiwei, on the other hand, had just become an early divine king. "Senior, do we really know each other?" Qing Xian suddenly asked. "Not only do we know each other, but you're also my wife," Xiao Lingyu replied gently. "But why can't I remember you?" Qing Xian asked, puzzled. "Then can you remember your past in the divine world?" Xiao Lingyu asked with a smile. "I can't remember. I used to find it strange too." Qing Xian shook his head and replied. "You should only remember what happened in the Agarwood sect, right?" Xiao Lingyu asked. "Yes, the beginning of my memory was when I woke up from a coma. I was already in the Agarwood sect at that time. However, they told me that I was originally a disciple of the Agarwood sect. It was just that my soul was injured in a fight, so I lost that part of my memory." Qing Xian nodded and replied. Xiao Lingyu's mouth twitched a few times, but he tried his best to whisper. "What happened after that?" Qing Xian thought for a moment before replying. "After that, they told me a lot of things about my past and then taught me the cultivation method again. From the time I woke up until now, it should have been about 300,000 years. They have been very good to me, just like the other female disciples in the sect." "Are there other disciples in the Agarwood sect who have lost their memories like you?" Xiao Lingyu asked again. "There really are a few who are similar to me. For one reason or another, they have lost part of their memories. However, the sect is very good to disciples like us who have lost their memories. This is because we are all disciples with relatively high talent and have a very good cultivation future." Qing Xian was still relatively calm as she replied. "They probably want to cultivate these disciples into elites, so they erase their memories to make them absolutely loyal to the Agarwood sect," Guan Yiwei analyzed. "If they just want the disciples to be loyal, they just need to make the disciples swear a soul oath," Xiao Lingyu said. "Didn't the Agarwood sect forbid male cultivators from entering the fallen Phoenix Island? Today, there were many male cultivators in the main hall. What were they doing here?" Xiao Lingyu asked again. "They're all here to make friends," Qing Xian replied. "Make friends?" Xiao Lingyu was a bit confused. "They came to find a dual cultivation partner. They are all elite disciples of the Chao clan. Many of our female disciples are looking forward to marrying into the Chao clan," Qing Xian replied. "Ha, do you have any in mind?" Xiao Lingyu asked with a smile. He could guess that the reason why the Agarwood sect erased the memories of some of the elite disciples was so that they could marry into the Chao clan without any scruples. This might be the Chao clan's intention. "The ceremony hasn't started yet," Qing Xian first replied, then glanced at Xiao Lingyu and asked, "Are you really my husband?" Xiao Lingyu solemnly nodded and said, "Of course. Can my memories be restored?" Qing Xian asked again. Xiao Lingyu replied, "It should be possible. If the cultivator who erased your memories didn't have a high cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to restore them. Just find a sacred deity to help." Qing Xian asked, "What is your current cultivation?" Xiao Lingyu replied, "My cultivation is lower than the sacred deities." Qing Xian suddenly asked, "In other words, you won't be able to prove that I'm your wife in a short time?" Xiao Lingyu replied, "There's no need for that. I wouldn't mistake my own wife." "Humph." Qing Xian suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words? You killed the sect master of my Agarwood sect and killed countless of my sisters just because you think I'm your wife?" Xiao Lingyu felt a headache coming on. He knew that Qing Xian was someone who cared a lot about the sect. Moreover, Qing Xian wasn't someone who could be easily fooled, but he didn't know how to explain this matter. If he had just ascended and his aura hadn't changed much, then Qing Xian might be able to determine that Shaolin Yu was someone close to her based on their many years of intimacy. However, he had changed greatly, and Qing Xian's current cultivation wasn't high. Naturally, he couldn't make an accurate judgment, not even a vague one. Chapter 651. Without proof, explanations were useless. Qing Xian had lost a lot of her memories, so Shaolin Yu naturally didn't have the heart to argue with her. No matter how much Qing Xian made a fuss or spoke, she couldn't escape from Shaolin Yu's side, nor could she cause any harm to Shaolin Yu. But to be honest, Shaolin Yu wasn't worried about the Chao clan's crazy revenge, but how to recover Qing Xian's memories. This was very important to Qing Xian, and it was also very important to Shaolin Yu. Although the Chao clan's revenge won't come too quickly, we should still be prepared. After landing on colorful Maple Island, Guan Yiwei reminded Shaolin Yu. The Chao clan's divine emperor who had self-detonated and the 3 divine emperors who had fled in panic should be the Chao clan's strongest force in floating Duckweed Bay. The 4 divine emperors of the Chao clan and the sect master of the Agarwood sect had already been defeated. Even if the Chao clan wanted to take revenge, it would take a lot of time for their experts to fly over from Fuda City. There's nothing to prepare. The Hua Min's organization is scattered. If the Chao clan wants to take revenge, they can only come at me. Shaolin Yu replied indifferently at first, then said, "We'll just wait for the Chao clan's experts on colorful Maple Island, in case they can't find me." Although Guan Yiwei was surprised, he didn't say anything else. Boss Xiao's courage and heroism gave him a little more confidence for no reason. Qing Xian thought to herself, "Could it be that he really is my husband? I'm only a mid-heaven god. How can I have such a powerful husband? But if I really have a husband who's willing to offend the Chao clan for me, it's really a blessing." The reaction speed of the Chao family's experts wasn't as fast as Shaolin Yu had imagined. After waiting for a few months and still not seeing a single shadow, Shaolin Yu simply took Qing Xian and Guan Yiwei to enjoy the beautiful scenery around floating Duckweed Bay. It wasn't too boring. Fortunately, there were many islands in floating Duckweed Bay, which allowed Shaolin Yu to wait patiently for nearly 20 years. However, in the past 20 years, Qing Xian had always been indifferent to him, which made him feel somewhat helpless and depressed. 20 years later, Shaolin Yu, who was sightseeing on a nameless island, suddenly stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, "They're here." That's right, the Chao family's experts were here, and there were more than 100 of them. Among these 100-plus people, including the God Emperor who escaped 20 years ago, there were a total of 10 God Emperors. With such a lineup, even Yong An's family Jiang would find it difficult to deal with. Shaolin Yu only glanced indifferently at the other party's powerful lineup. His expression was very calm. He flew into the air, flicked his sleeves, and said, "After waiting for 20 years, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have left." From the group of Chao family experts, a middle-aged cultivator who looked very smart and capable walked out. He first cupped his fists and bowed to Shaolin Yu, then asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you a saint god?" "No." Shaolin Yu shook his head. He knew why the other party asked this. If he was the saint god, they wouldn't have attacked him. They would have warned him about the agreement between the saint gods. If he wasn't the saint god, they would have had the confidence to fight with so many god emperors and god kings. Since you're not the saint god, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you think my Chao family is easy to bully? An expert from the Chao family said angrily. The other expert from the Chao family also showed indignation and reprimanded him, as if they were facing a common enemy. All the experts from the Chao family who spoke up were from the Chao family who weren't on the fallen Phoenix Island 20 years ago. The 3 god emperors from the Chao family who had witnessed Shaolin Yu's strength on the fallen Phoenix Island 20 years ago were silent and solemn. They didn't have the slightest sense of superiority because they had the advantage in numbers. If you want to fight, don't spit at me like a sissy from afar. Although Xiao Lingyu was alone, he didn't show any fear. He lazily waved at the 100-plus people from the Chao family. To be honest, the Chao family was responsible for Qing Xian's memory loss. Previously, Xiao Lingyu had only killed a god emperor from the Chao family, but he didn't feel relieved. Now that so many experts from the Chao family were sent to him, he could finally vent his anger. Xiao Lingyu's words immediately made these Chao family experts, who had been proud for many years, feel that their dignity and their family's dignity had been seriously challenged. They were already very angry, and now it was even harder to suppress their anger. They immediately rushed towards Xiao Lingyu while shouting. As the 10 god emperors charged forward, they also set up their own domains. In the eyes of the Chao family experts, no one below the Saint God realm could resist the domains set up by the 10 god emperors at the same time. Under their domains, their opponents would instantly lose their ability to resist. However, before they could reach Xiao Lingyu had already taken out the saint weapon Yin Yang Mirror. 4 illusory monsters appeared in an instant. Guan Yiwei had already released the 3 God Emperor stage demonic beasts, but he heard Xiao Lingyu's voice transmission. Don't let them help. Just let them protect you and your sister-in-law. Guan Yiwei was even more surprised when he heard this. Could it be that Boss Xiao was going to fight against the 100 or so Chao family experts by himself? Although the 100-plus experts of the Chao family weren't all the experts of the Chao family, they were still the majority of the Chao family's fighting force. Boss Xiao, who hadn't even reached the Saint God stage, could defeat them? At this moment, Qing Xian's expression was a little complicated. After getting along with each other for 20 years, she gradually believed that she was indeed this Boss Xiao's wife. Otherwise, how could a strong person like him randomly recognize a wife? Moreover, how could such an expert lack wives and concubines? However, before the matter was truly clarified, Qing Xian could not accept such a husband who had suddenly appeared. However, this did not prevent her from faintly worrying for Xiao Lingyu at this moment. The experts of the Chao family only wanted to turn Xiao Lingyu into ashes. Naturally, they didn't care about Guan Yiwei and Qing Xian, who were protected by the 3 God Emperor monsters. They brought the domains of the 10 God Emperors and brazenly charged into the 4 symbols domain. But what shocked them was that the domains set up by so many experts were immediately suppressed the moment they got close to the other party. After Xiao Lingyu advanced to the 8th rank Primal Chaos Great Comprehension realm, the 4 illusory monsters had naturally become much stronger. Their individual combat strength was not any weaker than a late-stage God Emperor. When they fused together, they formed the 4 symbols domain that was comparable to the domain of the Shang God. It was also because of this powerful 4 symbols domain that Xiao Lingyu dared to face so many experts of the Chao family alone. He didn't let the 4 illusory monsters attack. Instead, he used the 4 symbols domain to suppress the other party's domains and limit their combat power. After that, he jumped into the crowd of experts. He didn't use any magic treasures. His punches and kicks weren't any weaker than a top-grade deity weapon. What happened next stunned Guan Yiwei and Qing Xian. Some of the bolder cultivators on the small island were also shocked. The experts of the Chao family had mobilized so many people to gang up on a single person. In everyone's opinion, the person being ganged up on would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, the reality was the opposite. Even though Xiao Lingyu was alone, it was as if he was invincible. Wherever he went, he would only use his fists and kicks. Many experts of the Chao family spurted out blood and were forced to retreat. There were even some deity king experts who either exploded or fell from the sky after being kicked. At this moment, Xiao Lingyu was like a tiger, while the experts of the Chao family were like sheep. The people of the Chao family and the others on the small island, including Guan Yiwei and Qing Xian, didn't know that Xiao Lingyu had even killed experts of the Holy God stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so shocked. The battle started very suddenly and ended very quickly as well. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, None of the experts of the Chow family were still standing in the air. At this moment, there was only one figure in the air. He was as proud as a mountain, and his black hair was dancing wildly in the wind. He was in a space that was constantly fluctuating. As for the four illusory monsters, they were ignored by most of the experts. They didn't know that the reason why Xiao Lingyu could be so powerful was because of their powerful domains. However, most of the experts of the Chow family who fell from the sky were still alive. Xiao Lingyu didn't intend to kill them all. Is this all that the Chow family can do? It seems that it's better to change the master of this blessed land. Xiao Lingyu looked down at the Chow family's experts who were in a sorry state and mocked with a smile on his face. No matter how Xiao Lingyu provoked them now, none of the experts of the Chow family dared to fight. Although most of them hadn't completely lost their ability to fight, they still looked at the four illusory monsters around Xiao Lingyu with lingering fear. Whether it was the spectators on the island, Guan Yiwei and Qing Xian, they couldn't help but admire and envy. As the master of the blessed land, the Chow family was also the #1 top aristocratic family in the God world. However, they were actually put in such a difficult situation by one person. Being ridiculed by this person, everyone thought in their hearts, how good would it be if the person standing in the air right now was me? Xiao Lingyu flew down and stood above one of the experts of the Chow family. He asked, "Do you still want to fight?" That expert of the Chow family shook his head and waved his hand. He said, "No, no, nonsense. How could they fight with such a big gap in strength? Die. Since you don't want to fight, let's talk business." Xiao Lingyu waved his hand and put away the yin-yang mirror. He flicked his sleeves. Business? What business? Although the experts of the Chow family didn't dare to look at Xiao Lingyu, they were very suspicious in their hearts. As the master of the blessed land, your Chow family colluded with the Agarwood sect to erase the soul memories of the female cultivators. This kind of despicable business that is condemned by the world really shouldn't be done. Xiao Lingyu deliberately raised his voice so that the spectators not far away could hear him clearly. Unfortunately, today I'll let you know that even the Chow family can't cover the sky with one hand in the blessed land. You have done something wrong, so you have to take responsibility. Chapter 652. Although the Chow family experts were unconvinced, they did not dare to refute. They felt extremely aggrieved. For countless years, the Chow family had always been the one to judge others. They never imagined that so many Chow family experts would not only fail to take down the enemy, but also be humiliated and held accountable by the enemy. The scenery on this small island was beautiful, and there were naturally countless cultivators sightseeing on the island. These sightseeing cultivators were now witnessing the Chow family's humiliation. That's right, so many Chow family experts were silently listening to the interrogation. This was indeed the Chow family's humiliation. This matter could not be concealed. It was likely that some meddlesome cultivators had already spread the news through their communication beads. It would not be long before not only the entire blessed region, but even the entire narrow God world would be discussing this matter. After all, the Chow family was the publicly acknowledged #1 family. It was likely that the other top families ranked below the Chow family in the great regions would be very happy. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. However, whether it was the Chow family experts or the surrounding spectators, they all knew that this matter was not over yet. The Chow family was the ruler of a great region after all. Like the other top families in the great regions, the Chow family had the support of the sacred god. Today, the Chow family had suffered such a great humiliation that a saint god expert was bound to appear in the future. This made everyone wonder if this insufferably arrogant expert would still be so domineering in the face of the sacred god. Xiao Lingyu also knew that he might attract the attention of the Chow family's saint god experts, but he was not afraid of the sacred god. Moreover, even if the sacred god was willing to appear, he might not necessarily be found. Xiao Lingyu possessed a tubular saint artifact that could teleport. Even the sacred god would not have an easy time finding him. You have done something wrong, but not only do you not have a good attitude to admit your mistakes, you even mustered such a large force to find trouble. Fortunately, I have some ability. Otherwise, wouldn't I have become a wronged ghost? Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The matter here will soon reach your patriarch's ears. If he still wants your lives, then pay with divine stones. A god king will only accept 2 million divine crystals, while a god emperor will accept 30 million divine crystals. You took 20 years to come here, so I'll give you another 20 years. If you don't deliver any divine crystals, then I'm sorry, but I'll kill one person every month. That's right, please tell your patriarch not to invite the sacred god over. If I see him, I will destroy all of your souls. After saying that, Xiao Lingyu imprisoned the terrified experts of the Chao family one by one and planted restrictions in their divine nascent souls and souls. You can send a message out, or you can recuperate on the spot, but I advise you not to try to escape or resist. You're all experts, and you should know how powerful the restriction I placed on you is. After Xiao Lingyu reminded him, she sat down cross-legged on a cliff by the shore. Needless to say, Guan Yiwei and Qin Xian naturally wouldn't leave. They stayed by Xiao Lingyu's side, and it took a long time for their expressions and mental states to return to normal. In the God realm, the speed at which news spread was naturally far faster than the speed at which cultivators traveled. Before the Chao family could react, news of the battle at Floating Duckweed Bay had already spread throughout the Blessed Virtue region. Naturally, Xiao Lingyu's words were included as well. Like many rumors, the truth of the matter gradually became distorted. There were also many versions, but none of them were favorable to the Chao family. The Chao family's reputation gradually declined with the passage of time. It wasn't long before cultivators discovered that the person who had ravaged the experts of the Chao family at Floating Duckweed Bay was actually the person who had robbed the Ko family's marriage proposal party many years ago. Even now, the Ko family's bounty on the master of the Hua Men had not been revoked. No one had expected the master of the Hua Men to openly oppose the Chao family of the Blessed Virtue region, which was far stronger than the Ko family. Who exactly was the master of the Hua Men? Why hadn't they heard of him before? Far away in Ford City, the head of the Chao family had also smashed countless teacups recently. This expert, who was known as the most powerful expert in the narrow god world below the sacred god, felt as if he had been mercilessly slapped in the face. Moreover, it was in front of all the cultivators of the narrow god world. This slap was loud and painful, but the Chao family's patriarch had no choice but to endure the pain and humiliation as he sent people to obediently deliver the divine crystals demanded by the other party. If they didn't compromise, and if the other party attacked mercilessly, the dozens of god kings wouldn't be a big deal. However, the 10 god emperors were the pillars of the Chao clan. If they lost 10 god emperors, the Chao clan wouldn't be able to maintain their title as the #1 clan. They might even have to give up their position as the lord of the fortune realm to the other great clans. Fortunately, the Blessed Virtue region had been peaceful for many years, and the Chao family had accumulated a huge amount of wealth. The other party's demand for divine crystals wasn't enough to reduce the Chao family's wealth. However, the Chao family's patriarch was worried that the other party would kill the experts of the Chao family after receiving the divine crystals. Therefore, he still invited the Sheng deity behind the Chao family. This Sheng deity was none other than Old Monster Dugu. Since Old Monster Dugu had just broken through to the 7th level of the Heaven Sword secret art, he had the time to come out. However, even though the Chao family had been diligent and respectful to Old Monster Dugu for many years, Old Monster Dugu didn't have the intention to appear for the Chao family. It was only when Old Monster Dugu saw the image of Xiao Lingyu that he changed his mind. Lord Saint, don't appear first. It's better for you to hide in the dark. It won't be too late to act after the Lord of the Hua Men receives the divine crystals and releases the experts of my family. If the Lord of the Hua Men refuses to release the experts after receiving the divine crystals, then Lord Saint doesn't have to worry too much. Before old monster Dagu set off, the Chow family's patriarch specially instructed him with great respect. "Do I need a junior like you to instruct me how to handle matters?" Old monster Dagu unhappily replied before leading the experts sent by the Chow family's patriarch to the floating Duckweed Bay. A few months later, old monster Dagu had already arrived at the floating Duckweed Bay. He then separated from the Chow family's experts and allowed them to negotiate first. Since he had appeared, old monster Dagu naturally didn't want to ruin the Chow family's matters. After all, he had received many benefits from the Chow family in the past. In any case, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, old monster Dagu had already made up his mind. This time, he absolutely couldn't let that brat escape from his hands. At this time, Shaolin Yu had already invited Guan Yiwei and Qing Xian into the eight-legged Tai Chi cauldron. He no longer sat cross-legged, but instead stood at the top of the cliff with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance and patiently waited. A large portion of the cultivators who had watched the battle that year hadn't left the island. In fact, more and more cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Now, the small island was almost full of cultivators. Some were purely here to watch the show, some were here to see how the Chow family would be humiliated, and some were here to see how the Lord of the Huan men would perform. No one thought that the Chow family would disregard the lives of so many Chow family experts and send another expert to fight the Lord of the Huan men. Since there wouldn't be a battle, no one had to worry about being implicated. From the outbreak of the battle until the Chow family sent people over, only a little more than 10 years had passed. The Chow family's representative was an amiable old man. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance that a Chow family member should have. Instead, he had a warm smile on his face. When he approached, the Chow family's representative didn't waste any time and directly handed over his storage pouch. That storage pouch gently floated over from afar. Shaolin Yu reached out and grabbed it. He sank his divine sense into it and saw a mountain of divine crystals. He didn't count the number of divine crystals in detail. Shaolin Yu was sure that the Chow family wouldn't dare to do anything to the divine crystals. Instead, he smiled and said, "The Chow family is indeed astonishingly wealthy. Since the Chow family has such sincere repentance, I won't make things difficult for you. Take these trash away." Hearing the words repentance and trash, the Chow family experts felt a deep stab of pain in their hearts. However, they could only reveal a sad expression and didn't dare to refute. "Dao friend, you should first follow the agreement and remove the seals on their bodies," the Chow family's representative said. "I didn't make any agreement with you. I only said that I would release them if you sent over the divine crystals. I didn't say that I would remove their seals." Shaolin Yu shook his head and said, "This." The Chow family's old man didn't know what to say. With the Chow family's ability, it shouldn't be that you can't even deal with my little tricks, right? Shaolin Yu asked with a smile. The old man muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he didn't say anything else and quickly left with the Chow family experts. Those seals were different from a soul oath. As long as the Chow family experts left Shaolin Yu, those seals wouldn't be under Shaolin Yu's control. However, in Shaolin Yu's opinion, God Emperors weren't capable of removing the restrictions he had set up. Even if the sacred god was the one doing it, if he wasn't careful, he could cause the deaths of these Chow clan experts. Shaolin Yu also expected that a sacred god would come to find trouble with him after the Chow family experts left. Therefore, he had already brought out the tubular saint tool. Out of curiosity, Shaolin Yu didn't immediately teleport the tubular saint tool. Instead, he poured enough energy into it and waited for a while. Old Monster Duga was indeed nearby. He waited for the Chow family experts to leave before teleporting in front of Shaolin Yu. Last time, Shaolin Yu had used the greater teleportation ability of the Tubular Saint artifact to dodge Eccentric Dugu's attack. Eccentric Dugu's memories of the Tubular Saint artifact were still fresh in his mind. This time, he did not plan on giving Shaolin Yu a chance to escape. As a result, his powerful domain caused the space there to violently ripple. It's actually that old man. Shaolin Yu expected a sacred god to come, but he didn't expect it to be old monster Dugu. Today, let's see how powerful this old monster's 7th level heaven sword art is. Chapter 653. After all, Xiaoling Yu had the experience of killing a holy god. If he did not personally experience Old Monster Dugu's Heaven Sword technique, he would not be so sure that he was not Old Monster Dugu's match. After all, when he killed the holy god, Old Monster Dugu had yet to enter the 8th transformation stage. Now that he was at the 8th transformation, Xiaoling Yu was confident that he would not easily lose to an ordinary holy god. Old Monster Dugu was not an ordinary holy god. As a sword cultivator, his attack power was already very strong. Now that he had achieved a major breakthrough, his strength was even stronger than before. Even though he was already hiding in the tubular saint weapon, Xiaoling Yu could still feel the strong sword force and sword intent outside. In this violent space, there seemed to be countless holy swords wreaking havoc. In this domineering and fierce sword force domain, even the tubular saint weapon could only tremble slightly. It could not move its position by much, let alone use a skill like greater teleportation. The tubular saint weapon could not move. This was also within Xiaoling Yu's expectations. He took out the yin-yang mirror, which was a sacred tool. Then, he released 4 phantom monsters to guard around the tubular sacred tool. However, although the 4 monsters' 4 symbols domain was extremely powerful against the Chao clan's God Emperor stage, it collapsed instantly under Old Monster Dugu's sword force domain. Although the domain collapsed, the 4 monsters were not afraid of any attacks. They continued to guard the tubular saint weapon, and their figures fluctuated with the space. Arrogant brat, today is the day you die. As Old Monster Dugu spoke, the ancient Great Sun's sacred sword was already in his hand. At this moment, the cultivators who were watching the show on the island recovered from their shock. They covered their heads and fled. Although a battle between Saint God stage experts wouldn't give people a feeling of destruction in the divine world, it would still affect a wide area. Not everyone could just stand by and watch. Old Monster, let me see how powerful your 7th level Heaven Sword technique is. Xiaoling Yu activated the yin-yang mirror and shot out a black and white light beam towards his opponent. The Dugu Old Monster suddenly waved the Great Sun Holy Sword in his hand. Before Xiaoling Yu could see the trajectory of the Great Sun Holy Sword, the black and white light had already dissipated. So fast, Xiaoling Yu's eyelids twitched. A junior like you wants to witness the might of the 7th level of the Heavenly Sword Art. Heaven Sword Art Level 6 is more than enough to kill you. Heavenly Sword Art. 6 directions. As eccentric Dugu yelled out, the Great Sun's sacred sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with blinding sword light. Then, the sacred sword and eccentric Dugu were actually enveloped by a ball of light that was like a blazing sun. To Xiaoling Yu's surprise, as soon as the blazing sun appeared, the space in the surroundings suddenly shattered, and a black hole that was over 3 m in diameter appeared on the spot. Although the black hole was said to be able to devour everything, it was still unable to devour that blazing sun. Soon after, 6 similarly dazzling spatial cracks appeared around the blazing sun. Those 6 spatial cracks were like 6 ferocious dragons. They instantly pounced around the tube-shaped sacred weapon and split into 6 different positions. The tube-shaped sacred weapon was still able to tremble just now, but now that it was surrounded by 6 dragon-like spatial cracks, it could not move at all. What was even more shocking was that the sword force field, which was already very powerful, became even more powerful at this moment. It actually gave Xiaoling Yu a feeling that it was unstoppable. As the Dugu Old Monster said, this was only the 6th level of the Heavenly Sword Art. From this, one could imagine how powerful the 7th level of the Heavenly Sword Art would be. However, even with such a powerful sword force and sword technique, the 4 illusory monsters still did not seem to be affected too much. The blazing sun had already disappeared, and there were only 6 dragon-like spatial cracks in the sky. Suddenly, one of them turned into the figure of the Dugu Old Monster. The Dugu Old Monster suddenly rushed towards Xiaoling Yu. His entire body was like an insufferably arrogant longsword. The other 5 spatial cracks also turned into long swords at the same time. Like the Dugu monster, they attacked 6 different positions of the tube-shaped sacred weapon. If Shaolin Yu was not hiding in the tube-shaped sacred weapon, the target of this attack would definitely be the 6 different vital points of his body. The Dugu monster's attack this time seemed slow, but it was constantly condensing and increasing its power halfway. Moreover, the 6 attacks came from different directions, making it impossible to dodge. Seeing that the 6 attacks were about to hit the tube-shaped sacred weapon, Shaolin Yu used his mind to control the 4 illusory monsters to block one of the attacks. However, what Shaolin Yu did not expect was that just as the 4 illusory monsters were about to come into contact with the 4 long swords, the 6 long swords that were attacking the 6 points strangely, suddenly gathered together and pierced the tube-shaped sacred weapon in the next moment. Clang! With the tube-shaped sacred weapon as the epicenter, the incomparably stable space of the God realm actually shattered once again. Although it had suffered such a heavy blow, the tube-shaped sacred weapon still did not move. It was not that the tube-shaped sacred weapon's defense was strong, but that when the sword hit it, the power of the entire sword power domain crazily squeezed towards it from all directions. However, the tube-shaped sacred weapon was a sacred weapon refined by Fushi Tenshi after all. Even if it had been hit so solidly by the sword, its surface only caved in a little. Not only were there no cracks, but there were also no signs of it being forced back into its owner's body. However, this attack made Shaolin Yu truly experience the terror of the heavenly sword arts. If the Dugu monster attacked with the 6 levels of the heavenly sword arts, Shaolin Yu did not believe that the tube-shaped sacred weapon could protect him for long. After this attack, the sword light that had gathered together once again turned into 6 spatial cracks that were like dragons. Not far away, they trembled slightly as they gathered their power. The Dugu monster had only used the 6th level of the heavenly sword arts, and it was already enough to make Shaolin Yu hide and watch, unable to come out and fight. This already made Shaolin Yu experience the power of the heavenly sword arts, and also knew the difference between him and the Dugu monster. There was no point in continuing to watch. If the Dugu monster continued to attack like this, the tube-shaped sacred weapon would not be able to hold on for long. Once the tube-shaped sacred weapon could not hold on, Shaolin Yu could only hide in the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron. Thus, Shaolin Yu used his trump card. He took out the defensive sacred weapon that he had obtained from the Night Demon Saint God, the Golden Shield. Then, he let the Golden Shield fly out. With a thought in his mind, boom! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly exploded. A powerful shockwave instantly tore apart a large area of space. A spatial black hole suddenly appeared, and it rapidly expanded. The powerful shockwave that was so powerful that even space could not withstand it instantly weakened the might of the Dugu monster's sword force domain. Shaolin Yu, who was within the tube-shaped sacred weapon, spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still let the tube-shaped sacred weapon fly out of the Dugu monster's sword force domain and directly used greater teleportation. Just a moment ago, Shaolin Yu had detonated a sacred weapon. A sacred weapon, especially a defensive one, was an extremely rare treasure for an ordinary saint god. They would not easily give it up. However, Shaolin Yu had no choice but to be forced to this extent. It was equivalent to paying the price of a sacred weapon to see the power of the Dugu monster. Looking at the space that was quickly recovering, the Dugu monster let out an angry roar. That kid had actually disappeared under his attack again. The Dugu monster knew that if the other party escaped again, it would be very difficult for him to appear in front of him again. Let's see how many more sacred weapons you can detonate in the future. After the Dugu monster secretly cursed, he could only teleport away with a gloomy expression. The greater teleportation quickly ended, and Shaolin Yu arrived at the intersection of the Weiyuan territory and the Yong'an territory. There was a vast and boundless mountain range here. It was different from the floating Katkin mountain range. Although this mountain range was vast and boundless, with countless mountain peaks and many powerful demon beasts and vicious beasts, there were very few trees and flowers. Moreover, most of the mountains were covered in pure white snow. This time, the distance of the teleportation was far enough. No matter how powerful the Dugu old monster was, it was absolutely impossible for him to find this place in a short period of time. Shaolin Yu put away the tube-shaped sacred weapon, and then first found a place to adjust his breathing. His mind had suffered quite a bit of damage when he detonated a sacred weapon just now. However, this kind of injury was relatively easy to recover from. Shaolin Yu only used half a month to fly out of the cave. I wonder where the Conrong Mountain is. Shaolin Yu first flew out of the Conrong Mountain. Then he found a big city nearby and bought a jade slip with a map of this mountain range. After he found the location of the Conrong Mountain, Shaolin Yu once again used the tube-shaped sacred weapon to teleport away. The tube-shaped sacred weapon took Shaolin Yu to the depths of the mountain range with a single teleportation. Then, he saw a towering snow-capped mountain. This snow-capped mountain was the Conrong Mountain. From afar, it looked like a huge conical pillar that held up the sky. The mountainside was already covered in white snow. Shaolin Yu flew towards the Conrong Mountain. Just as he reached the mountainside, a white-robed old man came out to greet him. This white-robed old man was naturally Chui Yu. When he saw Shaolin Yu, he had a smile on his face. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Shao, you've come as a guest so soon." This old man is very surprised. Shaolin Yu returned the greeting and said, "Brother Chui, please forgive me for disturbing you." Chui Yu stepped forward and grabbed Shaolin Yu's arm. Then, he said amiably, "It's a blessing that you can come. How can this old man be troubled?" Chui Yu brought Shaolin Yu to the top of the Conrong Mountain. The area here was not big, and it was not flat. However, because it was high up in the sky, not only was it extremely cold, but the spatial pressure was also very strong. Cultivators who had not reached the Divine King realm would not be able to stay here for long. There was a small courtyard at the top of the mountain. In the courtyard, there was a house surrounded by ice and snow. It was impossible to see what was built. After entering the small courtyard, Shaolin Yu saw a small tree that seemed to be carved out of ice. This small tree was completely covered in ice crystals. It did not look like a living thing at all. However, it was emitting a strong aura of life. Chapter 654. Shaolin Yu's eyelids trembled when he heard Chui Yu's greeting. Yu and Shang couldn't be Jiang Lanyue and Jiang Lanchang, right? After a while, the two beautiful girls entered the room together. However, the two girls were astonished when they saw Shaolin Yu. "Come, Shang come and greet Senior Shao." Chui Yu beckoned to the two girls. The two girls who entered the room were Jiang Lanyue and her sister. They were stunned when they heard their master ask them to call Shaolin Yu Senior. Call him Senior? Master, did you make a mistake? He, impudent. Before Jiang Lanchang could finish speaking, Chui Yu slammed his palm on the table in front of him. However, he didn't use too much force. He said to Jiang Lanchang, "Xiao Daoyu is your master's friend. We are of the same generation. If you don't call him Senior, what should you call him?" Jiang Lanchang puffed up her cheeks and said unhappily, "But he used to call us Senior." Chui Yu was slightly surprised when he heard this. However, he soon recalled that Shaolin Yu hadn't cultivated for too long. It wasn't impossible for him to call his two disciples Senior in the past. Therefore, his expression softened a little. The past is the past. The present is the present. Don't you think I should call you Senior now? Chui Yu said seriously. Jiang Lanchang wanted to refute, but was pulled back by his sister, Jiang Lanyue. "Brother Chui, these two have quite a good relationship with me. They've helped me in the past, and even saved my life. I absolutely don't dare to let them address me as Senior," said Shaolin Yu. "Haha, that's nice to hear." Jiang Lanchang rubbed his delicate nose and said with a smile. Jiang Lanyue had a lot of thoughts in her mind. In the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed. Shaolin Yu's reappearance was unbelievable. Beauties love heroes since ancient times. Although Xiao Yu couldn't be considered a hero, he was at least a rapidly rising expert. Now that he could call the sacred god his brother, his future was bound to be limitless. For a girl from a large family like Jiang Lanyue, anyone who could move her heart would definitely be a hero. Jiang Lanyue already had some feelings for Xiao Yu. After so many years, Zhao's calmness when he faced the sacred god naturally won over Jiang Lanyue's heart. She couldn't help but recall the beautiful years she spent in the ancient gods immortals cave in the cultivation world, and the time she spent together in the floating Su mountain range. Don't just stand there. Boil a pot of misty lotus tea for me and Brother Xiao. Chui waved his hand and said, "Ah, misty, master, I didn't know you could be so generous," Jiang Lanchong said, seemingly surprised. "Humph, when have I ever been stingy?" Chui said with a straight face. Jiang Lanchong and Jiang Lanyue didn't say anything else. They obediently went to the side room where the tea brewing utensils were. However, the side room and the main hall were not very large and were only separated by a bead curtain. Everyone could hear what was going on inside or outside. "Brother Xiao, I see that you don't look well, and you seem to be worried. You must have something to say in Congrong Mountain, right?" As a Saint God expert, Chui Yu is very good at reading people's faces. To tell you the truth, I've come here for 2 reasons. Firstly, to visit Brother Chui and have a chat. Secondly, I have something to ask of you. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Ah, Brother Xiao can speak frankly. This old man will do his best." Chui Yu smiled generously. In the side room, the 2 sisters perked up their ears to listen. How difficult could it be for Xiao Yu to call the sacred god his brother? Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, then took out the 8-legged Tai Chi cauldron and asked Qing Xian to come out. She then put away the cauldron. "Qing Xian, this is Brother Chui, a Saint God expert. Come and greet him." Xiao Yu introduced. Qing Xian was slightly surprised. Although she couldn't see through Chui Yu's cultivation, Chui Yu did seem like an expert. She bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Chui," because she wasn't sure if she was Qing Xian or Qiu Shuang. Qing Xian didn't add her name. Chui Yu nodded in response. Although the peak of Congrong Mountain was cold and the pressure was great, Chui Yu's courtyard was no different from any other place in the God Realm. "Brother Chui, this Qing Xian is my..." Xiao Yu paused for a moment and glanced at the side room. However, she still said, "She's my wife." He has a wife?" Before Xiao Yu could finish his words, 2 gasps of surprise came from the side room one after another. "Don't worry and brew the tea," Chui Yu reminded in annoyance. However, he was a little puzzled by his disciple's reaction. She ascended to the God Realm not long ago, but a part of her soul memory was erased by the people of Fuping Bei's Agarwood sect. Little brother is here to ask Brother Chui to help restore that memory. Xiao Yu continued. Although the side room was quiet, the 2 sisters couldn't calm down and brew tea. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Lanchong angrily looked outside. Jiang Lanyue first glanced at Qing Xian, then her hands trembled in the tea. Chui Yu frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, his eyes suddenly shone. The divine light instantly pierced Qing Xian's knowledge, sea, and soul. After a brief examination, Chui Yu said, "Fortunately, the person who erased her soul memory didn't have a high cultivation. She still has some fragments of her soul memory in the depths of her consciousness." Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Then I'll have to trouble you, brother. It's a small matter. Let's drink tea first, then I'll cast the spell." Chui Yu waved his hand dismissively. The misty lotus tea was like its name. If the lid of the teapot was opened, a lotus flower that was condensed from mist would appear. The tea that was poured into the cup would also ceaselessly emit tea mist. It would similarly condense into numerous lotus flowers, appearing incomparably magical. As for the taste of mist lotus tea, it was indeed extraordinary. However, Xiao Yu rarely tasted tea, and he was in a hurry to recover Qing Xian's memories. Therefore, he didn't taste anything special. Jiang Lanyue and Jiang Lanchong also waited on him while they tasted the tea. However, the two sisters were very quiet. Cui Yu had accepted these two sisters as his disciples for millions of years. He knew that these two sisters were lively and active people. At least in this small courtyard of his, they were rarely so quiet. Coupled with the surprised voices of the two sisters just now, he could guess that there was something going on. After tasting the tea, Cui Yu invited Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian to a secret room. He ordered Jiang Lanyue and her sister to stand guard outside the door. Then he sat down cross-legged and asked Qing Xian to sit across from him. Sister-in-law, calm down first. Guard your mind and keep your consciousness clear. Cui Yu first reminded Qing Xian. When Qing Xian closed her eyes, he took out an incense burner and inserted a stick of incense into it. Then he said to Xiao Lingyu, light this incense stick and let it float above sister-in-law's head. Xiao Lingyu did as she was told. Then she asked, is this incense stick a soul-replenishing incense? Cui Yu nodded and said, although sister-in-law still has fragments of her soul memories, they are too little. Without the soul-replenishing incense, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover them all. This soul-replenishing incense is comparable to the saint grade. Brother, you've spent a lot of money this time. Xiao Lingyu said gratefully. A mere soul-replenishing incense is nothing. If I have any requests in the future, Brother Xiao, please don't refuse. Cui Yu waved his hand and smiled. After the soul-replenishing incense was lit, it continuously released wisps of mist. The fragrant mist, which was supposed to slowly rise into the air and then disperse, did not rise. Instead, it fell continuously and gathered above Qing Xian's head. When the fragrant mist covered half of Qing Xian's body, Cui Yu, who had been adjusting his breath for a while, suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at Qing Xian's forehead through the mist. Brother Xiao, I'll activate the fragments of her memories in the depths of her consciousness. You can see what you know and help her expand the contents of her memory fragments. Cui Yu reminded Xiao Lingyu at the same time. Xiao Lingyu did as she was told. While controlling the incense burner, she poured her thoughts into Qing Xian's sea of consciousness. While they were nervously casting spells in the secret room, outside the secret room, Jiang Lanyue and her sister were also silently communicating. I really couldn't tell that this guy was such a heartless lover. Jiang Lanchong said a little angrily. He's begging the sacred god for his wife. How is that heartless? Jiang Lanchong asked with a bitter smile. You've been so good to him. How can he marry another woman? Isn't that heartless betrayal? Jiang Lanchong said with a strong sense of righteousness. There's no love affair between us. He has the freedom to choose his own marriage. How can that be considered betrayal? Jiang Lanyue replied. Why are you still defending him at this point? Jiang Lanchong said unhappily. I'm only stating the truth. Jiang Lanyue said. Humph. Jiang Lanchong snorted indignantly and said, to think that I thought he was someone important. I didn't expect that. He's also a scum, an animal. Jiang Lanchong was very angry. It seemed that only by scolding her sister could she vent her anger. She could tell that her sister did have some feelings for Xiao Lingyu, so she subconsciously believed that Xiao Lingyu belonged to her sister. Moreover, the two of them were a match made in heaven. Therefore, she couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Lingyu already had a wife. She didn't think that it was normal for Xiao Lingyu to have a wife. After all, her sister and Xiao Lingyu weren't engaged to each other and didn't make any verbal promises of love. Are we just going to let this go? Jiang Lanchong asked after scolding her sister. Sigh. Jiang Lanyue could only sigh deeply. This was probably what people meant by fate. We can't let that guy off so easily, Jiang Lanchong said hatefully. Chapter 655. I don't care who he is. Even if he's Master's friend, I'll beat him up if I don't like him, Jiang Lanchong said, waving her fists. You have to be able to defeat him first. Since he's Master's friend, he's definitely stronger than you. Don't forget, He could already kill God Emperor experts millions of years ago. Jiang Lanyue reminded her, shaking her head. That's true. Jiang Lanchong put down her fists and said dejectedly, how can he improve so fast? Yes, how can he improve so fast? Jiang Lanyue was also thinking about this question. When they first met in the cultivation world, he was just a mortal. At that time, Jiang Lanyue was already a God King expert. The last time they met, Jiang Lanyue was comparable to an ordinary God King. At that time, Jiang Lanyue was still a God King. Now, not only could Jiang Lanyue kill God Emperors, but he was also a God King expert's friend. Although Jiang Lanyue was only half a step away from becoming a God Emperor with the help of her master, she was still a God King. Jiang Lanyue was still lingering in a big realm, while Jiang Lanyue had crossed countless realms and achieved amazing achievements. This huge gap and contrast made Jiang Lanyue feel a little envious and jealous. If Jiang Lanyue hadn't resisted the mist, would she have been able to improve so fast? This was probably fate. Jiang Lanyue smiled bitterly again, but he couldn't get rid of the entanglement in his heart. Seeing that the person he loved already had a wife, Jiang Lanyue really didn't know how to choose. Giving up, how could he bear it? Fighting for, without any reason. You stay here, I'll go into seclusion to calm down. Finally, Jiang Lanyue stood up and walked out of the room. But Master asked me to stay here. Jiang Lanchong reminded him. If Master asks, just tell him that I'm going into seclusion to break through to the God Emperor realm. After saying that, Jiang Lanyue disappeared from the room. Watching his sister disappear before his eyes, Jiang Lanchong felt even more resentful. He slammed the wall and cursed. It's all that damn guy's fault. How despicable. Jiang Lanchong knew that her sister must be feeling very uncomfortable, but she was not good at comforting people, so she did not chase after them. In her opinion, her sister really needed to be alone and calm down, not really to break through to the God Emperor realm. After standing guard outside the secret chamber for nearly 100 years, the door to the secret chamber finally opened again. Jiang Lanchong first saw his master walk out with a tired face, and then the door to the secret room closed again. Master, is the matter settled? Although he was very unhappy that Shaolin Yu already had a wife, Jiang Lanchong still hoped that things would go smoothly. Ah, with Master's help and the soul replenishing incense, how could it not be resolved? Cui Yu replied with a smile and then asked, where's your sister? Jiang Lanchong hesitated for a moment and then replied, she's in a bad mood, so she went into seclusion to cultivate. She said that she won't come out until she reaches the God Emperor realm. Cui Yu frowned and said, nonsense. How could she go into such an important cultivation when her mood is fluctuating? Isn't that courting death? Hearing this, Jiang Lanchong suddenly came to a realization, but then she said, I think sister is just saying it. She definitely won't break through to the God Emperor realm. Cui Yu narrowed his eyes and released his divine sense. Then, his expression changed greatly, and he said, not good, and then teleported away. In an ice cave, Jiang Lanyue sat cross-legged on a lotus platform that was completely made of ice. Her aura was very chaotic, and her eyebrows were almost knitted together. Her expression showed that she was in pain, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, from under the ice lotus pedestal, waves of special energy continuously surged out and flowed around Jiang Lanyue's body. It had the effect of relieving the pressure brought about by the disorder of her cultivation, and also the effect of helping her to calm her mind. But even so, Jiang Lanyue's face was still as pale as paper, and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Cui Yu, who was wearing a white robe and had a tired expression, teleported into the ice cave. He floated in front of Jiang Lanyue and shouted, "Idiot, stop!" This shout caused Jiang Lanyue to open her eyes. Her originally beautiful, clear, and bright eyes were now filled with blood vessels. "Master, save me," Jiang Lanyue whispered in a trembling voice. Cui Yu's heart ached when he saw this. He immediately moved behind Jiang Lanyue and placed his palms on her shoulders. In the fragrant secret room, Qing Xian also slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the familiar and caring face, she couldn't help but cry and throw herself into Xiao Lingyu's arms. Now I don't need to prove it, right? Xiao Lingyu hugged Qing Xian tightly as he felt the strange aura that was warm and soft with a bit of coldness in her delicate body, and asked in a soft voice. Qing Xian didn't say anything. She just hugged Xiao Lingyu tightly, as if she was worried that Xiao Lingyu would immediately fly away if she let go of her arms. Xiao Lingyu lifted Qing Xian's chin and kissed her red lips fiercely, causing Qing Xian's face to turn red. After spending some time together at Floating Duckweed Bay, Xiao Lingyu often had the urge to pull Qing Xian into his arms and be intimate with her. Unfortunately, Qing Xian hadn't recovered her memories, so he couldn't do that. Big Sister Anya has also ascended tens of thousands of years earlier than me, Qing Xian said after a while. Although Qing Xian was much older than Anya in terms of age, and Jing was Xiao Lingyu's first wife after all, Qing Xian naturally had to call her big sister. Have you found big sisters Anya and Miaoying? Qing Xian asked again. Not yet, but I believe it won't take long, Xiao Lingyu replied. Okay. Qing Xian responded softly, then silently lay in Xiao Lingyu's arms. She naturally didn't doubt Xiao Lingyu. Although Qing Xian had recovered her memories, she didn't lose her memories after ascending to the heavenly realm. She knew that her husband was now a top expert in the heavenly realm. This made her feel that she had someone to rely on, even though she didn't like relying on others. After hugging each other for an entire day in the secret chamber, Xiao Lingyu finally brought Qing Xian out of the secret chamber. At this moment, Jiang Lanchong was no longer guarding the secret chamber. Xiao Lingyu brought Qing Xian to the main room first. After waiting for 3 whole days, Yu returned to the main room. However, Yu looked even more tired than before. He even looked a lot older. Brother Xiao, how's sister-in-law's recovery? Yu asked with concern. Thanks to Brother Xiao's help, Qing Xian has completely recovered her memories. Thank you, Brother Xiao. If Brother Xiao needs any help in the future, I'll go through water and tread on fire. I won't hesitate to die for you. Xiao Lingyu replied with a smile. Okay. Yu nodded calmly. Xiao Lingyu could tell that Yu wasn't in a good mood. He seemed to have something heavy on his mind. He asked, Brother Xiao, you seem to have something on your mind. Yu sighed and said, While we were restoring sister-in-law's memories, my disciple, Lan Yu, actually tried to break through to the God Emperor realm. In the end, Xiao Lingyu asked nervously. Seeing that Xiao Lingyu's nervousness didn't seem to be fake, Qing Xian frowned slightly. In the end, she wasn't able to resist her inner demons, which caused her cultivation to collapse. Not only were all the meridians in her body destroyed, even her consciousness sank into a muddled state. Yu replied dejectedly. Although she was a disciple that he had just accepted not too long ago, and although the reason why he had accepted her as his disciple was because of his family Jiang, she was still a disciple that he had trained for many years. At this moment, Yu naturally didn't feel good. Quick, take me to see her. Xiao Lingyu suddenly stood up and said anxiously. After all, Jiang Lanyue was one of the reasons why Xiao Lingyu had actively cultivated to the God realm. Now, that such an unfortunate thing had happened to Jiang Lanyue, there was no way he could remain calm. Seeing that Xiao Lingyu was so enthusiastic and agitated, Yu thought to himself, sure enough, there's a problem. Then, his expression didn't change as he led the way in front. Qing Xian followed closely behind. Although his expression was calm, his thoughts were surging. He guessed, could it be that this guy wants to have another concubine? They didn't walk far before Yu led Xiao Lingyu and Qing Xian out of the courtyard and into an ice cave at the top of the mountain. Xiao Lingyu naturally helped Qing Xian resist the strange cold and spatial pressure at the top of the mountain. In the depths of the ice cave, Jiang Lanyue was lying quietly on the ice lotus platform, while Jiang Lanchong stood guard beside her. Xiao Lingyu quickly walked to the edge of the lotus platform and used his divine sense to scan Jiang Lanyue's body. Then, he frowned and said, "Why are her injuries so serious? If her injuries weren't so serious, why would Cui Yu, a saint god, find them so troublesome? Don't play dumb. It's all because of you." Jiang Lanchang glared at Xiao Yu and said angrily, "If it weren't for a fickle lover like you, will my elder sister have broken through to the God Emperor realm on her own? If it weren't for a bastard like you, will my elder sister have been unable to resist her inner demons while trying to break through to the God Emperor realm? If it weren't for a heartless bastard like you, will my elder sister have ended up like this?" Jiang Lanchang was also anxious because of her elder sister's condition. In addition, she was angry with Xiao Yu before, so she naturally wouldn't be polite with her words and didn't have too many misgivings. Impudent, Cui Yu stood in front of her and pretended to reprimand her. In fact, he also wanted to hear the story. When Jiang Lanchang heard her master's reprimand, she felt a little wronged and tears flickered in her eyes. "Brother Xiao, please don't take offense. Langchang has always been a child and doesn't know any better. Please forgive her for offending you," Cui Yu said in a seemingly apologetic tone. Xiao Yu was also a little surprised. Jiang Lanchang's reaction was a little too intense and made him feel a little unprepared. However, Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't bicker or argue with Jiang Lanchang. He simply took out a saint pill and handed it to Cui Yu, saying, "This saint pill should be able to help her stabilize her injuries. It's also helpful for the injuries to her soul." Cui Yu was overjoyed and said, "That's right. With this saint pill and this old man's energy and time, Lan Yu can indeed recover. Thank you for your generous help, Brother Xiao." Chapter 656. You shouldn't be as simple as saving her life, right? Qing Xin was quite experienced. From Xiao Yu's anxious expression and the fact that he didn't hesitate to take out a precious saint pill, she could tell that Xiao Yu cared a lot about this woman who was lying on the ice lotus platform. In addition to Jiang Lanchang's scolding just now, Qing Xin could also guess that this heavily injured woman also had feelings for her husband. Seeing Xiao Yu take out a saint pill to save his sister, Jiang Lanchang's hatred for him dissipated a little. He didn't scold him anymore. Cui Yu fed Jiang Lanyue the saint pill and helped her dissolve the medicinal power of the saint pill. From how Xiao Yu was healed by the saint pill last time, it could be seen that the saint pill's medicinal power was very strong. At this time, the saint pill's powerful medicinal power was also used on Jiang Lanyue. It didn't disappoint everyone. In just 3 days, Jiang Lanyue's broken meridians were all reconnected. In fact, the saint pill's medicinal power had only been used for less than a third. The saint pill was also very effective in healing soul injuries. In addition, Cui Yu had given Jiang Lanyue a top-grade soul divine pill before, so Jiang Lanyue's soul was already fine. Fortunately, she had the saint pill and a saint god master. If an ordinary god king failed to break through to the god emperor stage, they wouldn't have survived. Jiang Lanyue gradually woke up. When she opened her eyes, she looked around in confusion. Then, she lowered her head silently and didn't say a word. This time, she had walked on the edge of life and death. When she failed to break through to the God Emperor stage, she had already taken one step into the abyss of death. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Zhao's saint pill. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to keep your life. Quickly come and thank him. Cui Yu reminded Jiang Lanyue. What are you thanking me for? This happened because of him. It's fine if my sister gets better, but if anything happens to her, I won't rest until I'm dead. Jiang Lanchang said unhappily. How dare you? Cui Yu raised his arm and was about to slap Jiang Lanchang's mouth, but Xiao Yu was one step ahead and grabbed Cui Yu's wrist. Cui Yu did not intend to hit his female disciple, so he did not use his full strength. After Xiao Yu stopped him, he retracted his arm. Jiang Lanchang's face was filled with stubbornness. Seeing that her master, who had always been kind, actually wanted to hit her, she felt even more wronged and tears streamed down her face. Brother Xiao, I made a fool of myself in front of you, Cui Yu said in embarrassment. It's okay. They're all my friends, Xiaoling Yu said sincerely. Langchong, stay here and accompany your sister, Cui Yu instructed before turning to Xiaoling Yu. Brother Xiao, let's return to the courtyard. She followed Cui Yu back to the main room of the courtyard. Xiaoling Yu and Qing Xian sat together while Cui Yu sat across from them. Brother Xiao, have you heard anything since you came back? Cui Yu asked. What are you talking about? Xiaoling Yu asked in confusion. It seems like you haven't heard anything. Cui Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. I also just heard about it after I came back. During the time I went to the night demons to participate in the auction, a black light kept flashing in the sky of the mountain tribe, which is not far from the narrow divine realm where we humans and demons live. The black light was very obvious. Even though it was far away, it could be seen clearly at the border between our narrow divine realm and the mountain tribe. Xiaoling Yu frowned and asked, Is there something fishy about this? Cui Yu nodded and said, According to records, that kind of black light also appeared in our narrow divine realm before. At that time, it brought about a catastrophe to our narrow divine realm. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like rivers. Even more than half of the saint god experts died. Xiaoling Yu speculated, Brother Xiao, what you mean is that this time, the black light will also bring about a catastrophe and affect us. Cui Yu nodded and said, After all, the mountain tribe is not far from here. It is very likely that our human and demon races will be affected. When the black light appeared in our narrow divine realm, all the races around us were affected to varying degrees. There were even 2 races that were slightly weaker that were directly wiped out. Xiaoling Yu, on the other hand, asked in surprise, What kind of catastrophe could have such power? Cui Yu shook his head and said, There are no detailed records of this. After all, too much time has passed. The cultivators who personally experienced that catastrophe are either dead or no longer in the narrow divine realm. Many of the limited records have been buried in history or taken away by some powerhouses. The only information we have is that the black light will bring about a powerful race of unknown origin. This race only appears in the divine realm once every billion years. Every time they appear in a different place, they will bring the same nightmare and disaster to a certain region of the divine realm. Since they can bring about such an unimaginable catastrophe, could it be that there are heaven-piercing powerhouses in this race? Xiaoling Yu asked. There are no heaven-piercing powerhouses. However, even if there are heaven-piercing powerhouses, they can only barely protect themselves if several heaven-piercing powerhouses move together. This is because they have over 100 saint gods. Moreover, these saint gods have some strange divine abilities. Cui Yu shook his head and then said worriedly, Right now, the mountain tribe is incomparably terrified. They have abandoned their homeland and are constantly fleeing to the surrounding races. Most of them have rushed into our narrow divine realm. They are moving separately and the border is too long. We can't stop them at all. The mountain tribe should be a fairly powerful race. They seem to be right next to the night demons. The territory they occupy is not much smaller than our narrow divine realm. Even if we want to stop them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Xiaoling Yu nodded. Once that race arrives in a mountain tribe, and there are not many mountain tribe cultivators, they will definitely invade the surrounding races. The chances of our human and demon races suffering another catastrophe are very high. Cui Yu said. Then what should we do? Xiaoling Yu asked. That black light has just appeared. In less than 10,000 years, that race will definitely appear again. We need to do our best to raise our cultivation and strength within these 10,000 years. Otherwise, we can escape. Cui Yu replied. Escape? Xiaoling Yu pondered for a moment and said, I can't escape. I still have relatives in the divine realm that I can't abandon, but have yet to find. Qing Xian knew that Xiaoling Yu was referring to Anya and Miaoing. We sacred gods can't escape either, not only for our race, but also for ourselves. If we escape now, we can never hope to go to Skirich Sacred Island in the future. If we don't go to Skirich Sacred Island, we will never have the chance to enter the Skirich realm. If the human race is destroyed, We won't have the face to go to Skirich Sacred Island to meet our seniors. Yu said helplessly. Actually, we can unite all the surrounding races and gather our strength to welcome that race's arrival together. Yu suggested. That's too difficult. After all, the neighboring races don't get along well with each other. In fact, they often fight against each other. Even if they are temporarily tied together, it will be difficult for them to work together. When the time comes, there will definitely be powerhouses who don't contribute. Everyone will gather together and watch each other, waiting for others to contribute. It's better to fight on our own. Yu smiled bitterly. Then what do you plan to do, brother? Yu asked. What else can I plan? Apart from raising my own strength, I can only unite more sacred gods. At this point, Yu's face became gloomy. Actually, the human race is the most disunited race. Even in times of crisis like this, there will always be people who have selfish motives. It's harder than ascending to the heavens to unite all the human cultivators. Yu agreed with this point. Not to mention others. Even he himself wasn't a selfless person. Brother, what do you plan to do? Yu asked. Me? Haha, I'll take one step at a time. Eccentric Dugu is still looking for me. Yu said with a smile. Brother, do you really have a grudge against that eccentric? Yu asked in surprise. Yes. In fact, I didn't provoke him. It's just that he covets the treasures on my body and is looking for trouble for no reason. Yu said indifferently. That eccentric isn't easy to deal with. The 6th layer of his heavenly sword art is enough to deal with ordinary sacred gods. Now that he's reached the 7th layer, it's said that he can kill sacred gods. I'm afraid that he's already the strongest human in the narrow sense of the god realm. I reckon that he won't even lose to those sacred god, super divine beasts of the demon race. Yu said worriedly. Previously in Duckweed Bay, I already experienced it. He only used the 6th layer of the heavenly sword art, and I could only flee in defeat. I was unable to fight him. In order to escape, I even self-destructed a sacred artifact. Yu said bitterly. Brother, although you haven't reached the sacred god realm, you already have the strength of a sacred god. You also have a sacred artifact that can teleport. That eccentric Dugu will find it difficult to fight you. However, it's better to be careful. Don't run into him again. Last time, he used the 6th layer of the heavenly sword art and failed to stop you. Next time, I'm afraid that he'll directly use the 7th layer. Yu kindly reminded. The two were silent for a while. Only then did Yu get up and say, I still have some other matters to attend to. I won't disturb elder brother here. Yu didn't urge him to stay and personally sent Yu down the mountain. But as he was sending him off, Yu couldn't help but send a sound transmission to Yu. Brother, is there something going on between you and my disciple, Zhongluanyue? Yu first glanced at Qing Xian before replying via voice transmission. It's a long story. Allow me to explain it to you in the future. When Yu heard his question and looked at his wife, Yu was even more certain that there was something going on between him and his disciple Zhongluanyue. Moreover, it was most likely a love affair. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.